Hello and welcome to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends week number 12. I am your host, as always, Casanova, and joining me is, of course, the Blevins. Blev, are you ready for some amazing LOR action once again?
I think you said LOR, but I think you meant LEE action, because we are going to be seeing a lot of Lee Sin today, Casa, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, for sure. 6 of 8 players have decided that Lee Sin is going to be one of their decks, and that's not incredibly surprising considering the most recent buff to Bastion, alongside us already seeing Lee Sin's power in some recent tournaments. But before we get too into that, let's go ahead and take a look at the format for tonight. Blev, why don't you break that down for us?
Yes, of course. So we've got 8 invited players tonight. It's going to be a double elimination bracket. Every single match is going to be a best of 3, and the players have brought 2 decks that cannot have a region overlap. And to win a match, players have to win with each of their decks. And of course, Casa, the players are going to be playing for their share of the $200 prize pool, broken down to the top 4, as we can see over on the right. But Casa, let's see who we got for our 8 invited players this week.
Yeah, of course, returning champion Stan is back. He's going to be going up against Shikkamarux, who we saw in the Ascent of Targon Invitational last week. Joining them is going to be Xeloo from Chile, our first LATAM representative from the Spanish-speaking country, and he's facing off against the Ascent of Targon champion, Markus. And then we have Glop and ChristmasTime. Rounding it out is Cephalopod and Szerro. But our featured match for this week, at least to start it out, that's going to be Xeloo versus Markus, and I'm really excited to see these two duke it out.
Yeah, like you said, we saw Markus at the Ascent of Targon Invitational last weekend and really had a breakout performance. You know, he actually came through the qualifiers, Casa. Wasn't one of the invitees. Played through the qualifiers, won won a qualifier, made it through, and then ended up winning the whole event. And man, that was a stacked top 8 that we cast there, Casa. So Markus actually was playing Lee Sin, mono Lee Sin at that event. So very, very skilled with that deck. But Casa, it is no longer a one-off anymore.
Yeah.
It is the meta now.
Yeah, it is no longer like, oh, there's a couple Lee Sins in this tournament, or a few of them made top 8. It's 6 of 8 players have brought it. And Markus, of course, we saw how well he could pilot this deck. He has brought it once again. This is his version of Lee Sin. And of course, 3x Bastion, you would not expect any less from this card, receiving that buff, giving it that +1/+1 alongside the spell shield, an incredibly powerful buff. Pairing that with Lee Sin is looking extremely good for this deck right now. And he's going up against Xeloo, who is one of the 2 players that did not bring Lee Sin. Instead, alongside Pirate Burn, he has brought They Who Endure. This is a deck we haven't really seen for a little bit at the fight night stage, but it's still incredibly powerful. I'm curious how it'll do with all these Lee Sins running around, though. All that Ionia can make it a little difficult on the Endure itself. But I will say, the early game aggression that this deck can put out, the Curse Keeper, Ravenous Butcher turns, these Ionia decks don't deal with that very well. Yes, they can deal with the top end, but the early aggression can be really scary.
It absolutely can. And having played the Lee Sin deck pretty much all week since Markus won the event, I have the biggest struggle it had was against the hyper aggro decks. And I think that's why we're seeing a lot of these Lee Sin decks complemented with the likes of Pirate Burn to try to get their wins there. Yes, the Lee Sin deck is good against They Who Endure specifically. The Lee does not care how big a They Who Endure is. It still kicks it right into your Nexus and can OTK you. And like you said, the Keeper caretaker turns are just going to be devastating in the early game against Lee Sin, who kind of struggles to really stabilize in the early games against heavy aggression.
Yeah, and I will say, we're talking a lot about Lee Sin and how 6 of 8 players have brought that, but also 6 of 8 players have brought some form of burn or aggressive deck. Now we see this, of course, is going to be the Pirate Burn from Xeloo, and he's not the only one who went this direction. We actually see 4 different versions of Pirate Burn in the lineups for this week. And then we have a Spider Burn and a Casino that are also included. And I mean, we see, Captain Crunch is back at it again. We'll see if he gets the Dewey Decimate system rolling and starts slamming those down on his opponents. But I expect that at some point during today, we will see that, because there are so many of these decks running around. And we went from the longest fight night in history, 7.5 hours last week, to this week having so many aggro decks that I think it's possible we might be out of here in the fastest fight night of all time after that one, and on a Targon patch of all things. That's crazy. I can't believe that in a Call of the Mountain fight night, we might end up having something that ends up being faster than a Rising Tides one. But obviously, I don't want to speak too much on that too soon, Blevins, because we're yet to see any games. It's just, I look at the lineups and I don't think we've ever had this much quote unquote burn in a fight night. I don't think that's ever happened.
Not burn. We had the once. I'm trying to think. I think it was number 3, Fight Night 3, or maybe 4, or maybe 2. It was somewhere in the early part of one of the earlier fight nights, after Winding God sort of set the tone of just bring Bannerman or Scout's forehead, like just go ahead and do that. It got a little more grounded away from the Karma Ezreal, but even then I don't remember it being this aggressive. I think that the matches featuring those decks will be quick. However, having played the Lee Sin deck, and more specifically the mono Lee Sin, I believe there are a few Lee Sin Zed. Yes, there are some. There's actually equal Lee Sin Zeds to solo Lee. Those can be fast and explosive. The solo Lee Sin deck can actually be very, very long depending on the matchup, because you are essentially jockeying for a position to go off with Lee Sin. It is like a combo deck. like we talked about during the Ascent tournament. It plays a lot like that. You can find openings to be more aggressive with the Lee Sin, but in general, you're going to want to be keeping your life total up, building up that spell count, and just try to find an opening to play a Lee Sin, give it overwhelm, and win in one turn.
Yeah, I mean, I could imagine that the mirror could be very methodical. I think there's going to be a lot of interesting lines that we see taken when we get the opportunity to see that. It is a mirror matchup I actually am excited to see. I mean, I think combo deck mirrors tend to be pretty interesting because, yes, it does come down to who finds their plan and who doesn't. But before we get into that, and we'll have that conversation when we reach a mirror. But to start things off here, this is Pirate Burn versus Spider Burn. And this is Xeloo on Pirates. Going to be going up against Markus on this spidery version this time around. And this is going to be an explosive matchup. And we see Xeloo looking for a lot of early aggression, a lot of one drops, and he finds them. He's on triple one drop, and he can develop this precious pet on one and set up to get double 3/3s on turn 2. And I think this is an amazing setup that Xeloo has to start this out, going into potentially a misfortune on turn 3, but he's going to trade away.
Okay. Yeah, I don't mind it. I mean, the play that you described certainly does put Xeloo in a race situation, but maybe he doesn't want to be there. It's tough to know, can I actually race my opponent? Are they going to be able to race me better? It's very tough to know this early on, of course. So plays it a little more conservatively with the block there.
Yeah, I think clearing away Legion Saboteur is generally a good trade. You don't want to let that get multiple attacks, and we see Xeloo is going to get his one drop online as well. He still gets to go double Butcher. Now, we know that, yes, looking at the hands, it might have been better for him to take a little damage now to just gain a lot of board position, but it's very hard for him to know exactly what Markus has. And if Markus is on straight gas, an insane amount of burn, taking that early damage can be very punishing. And I think Xeloo can afford to play slower with the Pirate Burn version because he has so much late game that if he can keep trading units back and forth without taking very much damage, I think he's overall going to be advantaged in the matchup.
Absolutely agree. One of the key ways to play around these burn decks is to try to preserve your life total at basically any cost. The fact that you're also playing an aggro deck doesn't necessarily change that game plan. You don't have to change your game plan just because you're playing a similar deck. But that's where the intricacies of these burn matchups come, Casa, is you have to be able to gauge, okay, what can I beat from my opponent? How much burn do they likely have versus how fast can I race that? And that is, we're still in the early phases, obviously, and not quite sure where they're going to be in the matchup yet. The players are still not sure if they're the beatdown player or the control deck yet, because it's still too early.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty cool from Xeloo overall. He knows he has, so he's like, okay, well, I can leave this 1/1 spider because all it can do is phantom block. It won't actually get any, trades onto my units, and I get to keep 2 units on board instead of just 1 with the trade-off of followers there by trading the gift giver into it while it's buffed. Let it go down to a 1/1 spider and deal with it a little bit later, take a little damage to my face now to create, better opportunities in the future. And now, he gets to go in for a wide swing and set up a lot of damage, knowing that, hey, even if Misfortune takes 2 damage and removes one of these followers, then it's not really a big deal against Markus's deck. Like, yes, there can be Unspeakable Horror. Yes, there can be, Anoxian Fervor or some other form of removal that's direct damage. But in reality, if that's not going to your dome, that's kind of good for you. You're kind of happy with that. And so he gets a lot of board dominance with this Misfortune, and he's got a Scout in the back burner here to start really ramping up the DPS. And I love Xeloo's positioning in this game. The patient play is really, paying off for him.
I don't know if I've ever heard it referred to as DPS in a card game, but I like it a lot. Yeah, this is massively in favor for Xeloo here. Board obviously cleared from Markus, and, as someone who's played the Spider deck a lot over the course of Runeterra, there's not a ton of ways to actually come back on the board. Traditionally, you know, you've got your 5-mana make 3 spider spell, not in Markus's deck, actually.
Yeah, that's definitely been cycled out. It was one of the first cuts for, you know, these night, because they're so much faster, more aggressive, which makes sense. But yeah, like you said, it doesn't give you that big thing to just give you a wide board immediately. Now it's all about getting that early pressure and then finishing with the spells like Decimate and Fervor. And because Xeloo played so safe and so smart with this pirate deck, he was able to prevent himself from taking very much damage in the early game. And he's at 12, moving into a couple turns that he likely can end the game in. You know, he only has to deal 15 more. And, you know, we talked about the scouts. He's got these scouts that can start going forward, proccing Misfortune's ability. And wow, even this Pool Shark pull is actually great right now, giving him an additional card to play. He can just go for a Make It Rain on this turn, as alongside a Gem and maybe even a Fervor if he needs to. I mean, he just has a lot of gas available.
I was for a second wondering why he wasn't sending in the rest of the team, but it is a scout attack here. Yeah, I think, you know, arguably high rolled on both of these here from Xeloo. Both very, very strong 1-drops to pull. And yeah, Markus is just sending off the GG. Yeah. Not much to do there. Xeloo will take game 1.
Yeah, I will say that does feel like a pretty bad matchup in some cases. I mean, I think Pirate Aggro tends to have the better end of the Spider matchup just because its units are a little bit beefier and they deal with it well. But there are draws that can just be too fast and too explosive from the Spiders to find the win. It's just the nature of Burn. And so we'll see now. Xeloo just has to find the win with They Who Endure, and he's got to beat that Spider Aggro alongside the Lee Sin. You know, he's got to be able to find one of the wins, while Markus has to find a win with both decks. And I think They Who Endure has explosive draws. It's not a bad deck to be left on. It's for sure. I think it certainly can find those nut draws where you just find a win very quickly.
Yeah, and this is, you know, there are a couple of different variations of the deck, and this is the more aggressive focused one. You know, there are 2 Wraithcallers here. So you've got your allegiance with Wraithcaller and are able to be even more aggressive, of course, with the Doom Beast and the like. There's also this Shroud of Darkness, a 1-of, which is a card I don't think we've seen really played at all. And it can notably give the They Who Endure spell shield if it really only needs 1 turn to actually get through. So that could be relevant.
Yeah, I mean, certainly so. I think that's a very interesting one of just to protect your Endure, protect a Sejuani, just protect, you know, one of your aggressive units that comes down in the late game to try and close it out. I like the idea. I like it conceptually. I think there are spots where, you know, it can feel really bad to draw it. Yes. But I feel like more likely, you know, since it's a 1-of, you're going to find it when you do, than finding it in a spot that's really bad. And wow, gonna find only the Cursed Keeper off of this Stalking Shadows, but that's kind of a good pull. I mean, you're not really sad about that by any means. You create a free one that you can just have die this turn, buff up your Bark Beast, and that's just gonna set you up for a pretty aggressive board.
That is interesting that he's not attacking with the Bark Beast, because I don't think there's a way. I guess the Hush would be a punish. So maybe that it's a pretty heads up play. I don't know. I kind of would have liked the attack with the Bark Beast as well. If you can get a card out of Markus's hand for your Bark Beast, I feel like you're in a good spot, but maybe not.
Yeah, he might have been playing around a stun as well, like Concussive Palm, because that would feel pretty okay for Markus to play on this turn, just to get another unit developed onto the board. And it would allow him to clear away the Bark Beast with the Eye of the Dragon as well, since the Ephemeral would not proc from the strike, since it got stunned. And, I mean, Markus does have it, so it does end up being a good thing that he played around. I don't think you're inherently wrong. I think, you know, maybe going for the more aggressive route and making Markus expend a resource could have been good, but overall, I think that Xeloo is rewarded here, because I think there was a good response for Markus that he could have had.
Yeah, that's a good point. Chad is also pointing out that Cascade would have been quite good there. Not only would have saved the Dragonling, or would have saved the Eye of the Dragon, but also spawned a Dragonling, which would have been pretty devastating.
Yeah,
So,
Cascade absolutely
heads
would have
up
been good.
play there, chat, and Xeloo knew it all along.
Yeah, but Markus able to find that the Serpent and utilize that to get a clear on to Mistwraith. That's a really big pull off of one of those invokes, and Lee Sin able to get a valuable trade as well onto the Bark Beast. Xeloo needing to start to ramp up a more aggressive board once again. Does have the Unspeakable Horror to attempt to ping out this Lee Sin if he were to block here and set up a barrier. And that certainly is going to be helpful.
Yeah, the pings are quite good against the Lee Sin deck in general, for that exact reason, as well as, you know, spell shields, of course, with Bastion, you know, being rampant these days. It is, it's good to just have that, even if it's just a 1-for-1 trade or trades off with a barrier or something. You want to be able to pressure the Lee Sin, while also, you know, exerting pressure on your opponent's life total. You really need to keep the pressure up and keep being annoying for the Lee Sin, or if you give them any breathing room, it is very, very easy for them to just go off and win on a dime, really.
Yeah, and, you know, Doombeast comes down pretty aggressive for Xeloo to start pushing damage, but Markus has the combo online, and there's not a ton of interaction overall for Xeloo. And yeah, I mean, the Guiding Touch on Lee Sin, he's now out of reach of any pings. He's back up to 5 health. Yep. He's got Overwhelm. Like, this is scary. This is, you know, we've seen this combo time and time again, out of specifically Markus, but also just, you know, if you've been playing ladder recently or really watching any Legends of Runeterra, you've been seeing Lee Sin running all over the place. And, well, once again, you know, Markus setting up the combination, trying to go for the full combo. He doesn't quite have the level up yet, but he is getting there.
Yeah, it's a delicate balance here, because it's unlikely, well, it's not going to happen that Markus wins this turn. So Xeloo will have at least one more turn that he gets to take. He's not going to die here. He has the glimpse to be able to essentially prevent half of the Lee Sin damage. So what he kind of needs to do is pressure the Lee Sin with the Sejuani this turn, get Markus to use resources on his own attack token so that he has fewer to actually push for lethal on Markus's attack token. So I don't know how it's going to line up. That second Sejuani is actually pretty decent. If he's able to actually play it out again, if maybe this Sejuani dies this turn, he can use the second Sejuani defensively. And then it's going to be a matter of, can Xeloo get a turn where he has a big enough They Who Endure to actually push for lethal? And it looks unlikely that that's ever going to happen, but that's the line for Xeloo.
Yeah, certainly right now that doesn't look possible. And I mean, we see Markus's hand, so we know it's never happened, that hush existing. So it comes down to trying to clear this Lee Sin and buy yourself time, set up for a multiple endure setup. And I mean, Lee Sin at 7 health, he's been buffed up an insane amount, and he's about to level. I think Markus is about ready to just close this out in 1 or 2 turns, especially since these Eyes of the Dragon are constantly keeping his life total very, very high. Yeah, I mean, this matchup certainly didn't seem good straight away, but, you know, we'll see how Endure fares against the aggressive deck out of Markus in the next game. I mean, we'll see. Maybe Xeloo can hold on a bit longer, but I'm just looking at this as a 7/7 Endure, and there's a Hush in the hand for Markus, and it's certainly not looking like a position where I can see an Endure deck find a win.
No, there's the Hush and the Stun, so that's just not going to do it. The Lee Sin is going to threaten lethal this turn, which will bring out the Glimpse, which actually can just get denied if Markus wants to go for it. So it's probably over here, but I guess we'll see if Xeloo has another response, or if he draws another response here.
Yeah, interestingly, maybe Markus actually is not have enough damage to pick up the kill on this turn. I don't know if this Lee Sin is getting the 10 attack. But he'll be close.
5, 6, 7, might be 8.
Yeah, I think he's on 8.
Yeah, so something like a Pale Cascade would threaten it. There's yeah.
Or just going wide enough, maybe. He might be able to go wide enough.
Yeah, always a possibility.
That he actually is able to find those extra points of damage. So it's actually 7 attacks. That's 14. Bastion will actually increase that to 8.
Which would be 16. And then is he able to push 3?
He gets 2 attackers in theoretically. Now we know that Xeloo has answers, so Xeloo should not die on this turn. That's what we know. However, he's going to be extremely low, and I don't see a world for him to come back in this specific matchup. The Lee Sin just looking really, really good against the Endure deck, and I think that this is going to be a continued struggle for Xeloo with this list, and I think it's going to be about finding the wins either very quickly against the Lee Sin decks by having too much aggression, like overwhelming aggression, or he's going to be finding wins against the second deck with his Endure list.
Yeah, the problem with bringing this list this week is that there's not even the threat of anything really scary for the Lee Sin whatsoever, besides just losing fast, right? There's not really any interaction with the Lee Sin in any meaningful way. I mean, the glimpses kind of stem the bleeding. Atrocity can win out of nowhere, but they all are just very mediocre at best.
Oh, no. That insult to injury. He just finds an Equinox off of the Invoke, and that's just going to deal with an Endure very, very quickly. And yeah, Xeloo, certainly this matchup is not the good one for him.
No.
We're going to be looking at, Endure trying to take down Spider aggro in the next game. And I think that is possible. I do think that Endure can line up well into it with certain hands, especially those early aggressive hands. I think they tend to have better card quality than we'll see from the Spider decks.
Right.
And so that's certainly what he's looking towards. And I think that the only reason he hasn't scooped is he was on double Endure, and that could be a possibility where one eats the removal and then the second one is actually able to get some value. But Sejuani also is going to level up on this turn, and that is important.
That is true.
Because that can stop Lee Sin, but he doesn't have consistent activators. He has this Unspeakable Horror that he can use on the following turn in order to stall out the Lee Sin by frostbiting it. However, I don't know if that's quite going to be enough. I think that it's a little too late. But yeah, actually, that is so interesting because the Sejuani level is a condition to beat Lee Sin. It actually is. It is a way, if he can continually freeze that Lee Sin on multiple turns in a row.
Yeah, the thing is that Xeloo actually needs to do the damage this turn, which is not a guarantee at this point.
Well, it can be guaranteed, but then it gets rid of your way of actually dealing the damage on the subsequent turn to get the freeze. Because he can, of course, use this Unspeakable Horror on the face, guarantee the Sejuani level up, but then how does he do it again on the next turn? That is the very difficult part.
I believe that is what Xeloo is pondering as we speak. And he doesn't see it now, so might as well. The glimpse isn't going to help prevent enough a meaningful amount of damage from Lee Sin anyway, so might as well draw your cards.
Okay,
Atrocity would do it.
Yeah, he needs the freeze, I think is what he's, deciding. Is like, okay, I need to deal damage with this Unspeakable Horror on this turn, and then I have to deal damage to freeze on the next. And Atrocity is a way to do that. So he's kind of found a way to try and survive. Like, obviously, again, we know Markus's hand. We know this game has been doomed, but I like what Xeloo is trying to do, but ends up not going for the level up immediately. I think Sejuani can freeze on the turn she levels, though, so he still can look for it
some unknown
on the next turn.
That is true.
Yeah.
Yep. And Markus, unfortunately for Xeloo, can just, if he wants to, just hush the Sejuani now.
Yeah, of course. So the
Silencio.
Like we mentioned, we know that Markus has all the answers. He was going to win, but I like that Xeloo was playing to his outs. He had a lot. He was looking for the opportunity to try and come back into the game. So I think this was really well played in a very impossible scenario, and just executed flawlessly by Markus. He played this deck as well as we would expect him to, being the Ascent of Targon champion, piloting this list prior. So I mean, really well done by Markus. But that's just going to tie it up 1-1. There's still one more match to go, and Dur versus Spiders. Xeloo still has a chance to take Markus down, as he did take that first game. And, you know, Markus on Lee Sin, it's a thing of beauty. But we haven't seen him pilot aggressive decks as much. Now, he did list his favorite archetype as Burn, so I expect a lot out of Markus with this Spider deck. I think I'm really excited to see how he plays it. I don't think we got to see a showing of it versus the Pirate list. I think he just, you know, he was outdrawn by another Burn deck and it just beat him. So I'm really excited to see how he's able to pilot it in different matchups. And this is going to be against, you know, the Endure list. And we see a very early start with some 1-drops to help deal with the early aggression. Very good against Saboteurs and the non-fearsome units, but if we see a lot of the fearsome Spiders like Precious Pet, they're not going to be doing very much.
And there it is. Yeah. I mean, this is very much a tempo-based matchup, right? I think in this matchup, Xeloo is very much the control here. He's not going to be aggressing on the Spider Burn. I feel like it's pretty well defined, but I guess we'll see if Xeloo takes that line or if he tries to just race here. It's going to be tough because Markus does have quite an aggressive draw here.
Yeah, he does, and Xeloo does not have good responses to the fearsome units. That's the problem that he's running into right now, is Markus has all these fearsome units on board, and I love this. This is exactly how I would do this as well. Yeah. Just use the Brothers Bond to activate Nightfall for your Stygian Onlooker and say, hey, have an answer, because I'm going to put forth 13 points of damage with this fearsome attack, and you currently have no blockers on board, so try me. See what you got. I'm just going to send this in, and if you don't have an answer, this game is as good as done, because I'll be able to find 5 points of damage at any point in this game. And we see an Unspeakable Horror. That is going to slow it down a little bit. That will save 5 HP, clearing away one of these units and being able to actually heal for one as well. But I'm not sure if that will be enough. I love the Glimpse play, actually, if he goes for that. I think that's a way to stop a lot of damage and then still have the Unspeakable Horror for a later turn. But I don't think that it's necessarily bad to do it the way he just did it instead, and then go for this Glimpse probably next turn. I guess he's going to need to try and free this A-bomb.
Yeah, there's not going to be a lot of time to do it because open attack is still pretty good. Yeah, open attack is almost certainly coming out.
It's very good. It represents 5. I mean, that's so much. It's more than a decimate.
Yep.
On the open attack, and he has plenty. Markus has plenty of damage to finish if he just deals 5 damage. So he doesn't. He's not worried about having more than that represented on the board.
Yeah, the Unspeakable Horror just needs to connect. Everything else doesn't matter. There's 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, there's actually 10 damage of burn in Markus's hand.
Yeah.
The open attack is just going to expedite things. Not actually needed, though.
Yeah, it's a great pass from Markus as well. He recognizes that the open attack right now wins the game, so there's no reason to develop or risk losing this 5/2 to potentially a ping if he were to use something like the Demolitionist. He's okay with banking spell mana, and he is okay with burning 1 mana right now with what he has in hand. And now we see Xeloo pick up some good blockers, but it might be too little too late. As of course, now recognizing that there is a blocker for his open attack, Markus comes down with the Demolitionist. So this is just really well executed overall by Markus, and you can tell that he's put a good amount of hours on burn. He understands exactly when his points of aggression are, and he's doing very well with a insane opening. He had a great draw to lead this off, and he's just executed very well with it, making it pretty much impossible for Xeloo to find any openings.
Yeah, and now you're on the enviable position of Markus of I just need to sequence my spells in a way that's not terrible so that I can just get damage.
I will say,
don't actually need to attack.
Xeloo had a way back in potentially if he was able to hit another Doom Beast on that Stalking Shadows.
Yeah.
Being able to spam those out and actually heal up is certainly a way he could win. Even having that one Doom Beast and this Unspeakable Horror, I mean, maybe Xeloo can actually find another Unspeakable or another Doom Beast, and that's healing. Those are points of healing that are so impactful in a burn matchup. So I will say this is not done yet. This is certainly not. Because Xeloo has ways to actually hit more lifesteal or more drain. Not lifesteal because he doesn't have lifesteal units, but drain units to keep himself alive.
Yeah, this is actually kind of, I don't actually know if Markus is favored right now, as weird as that sounds considering the opening. There's only 4 points of burn in hand. 3 of that is semi-risky. Unspeakable Horror, of course, is going to be helpful and maybe drawing Markus something else. Doom Beast, of course, would be ideal.
We'll see what he found. Onlooker is actually not a good draw here, I think.
No, not great.
Yeah, he either wanted to invoke, or he wanted Cygnus, or he wanted, Doom Beast, or just another ping, another Unspeakable Horror. Stygian Onlooker might have been one of the worst things, actually, because it just doesn't... It's not very good for him pushing damage in this setup.
Right. Yeah, and again, I think we're actually advantage bar for Xeloo here. He's effectively at 6 with the Unspeakable Horror, and there's only 3 points for Markus. And while that would put Xeloo at 3, that last 3 is the hardest.
Yeah.
Burn can easily do that first 15, but that last 5 is the hardest 5 in the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is really interesting. I agree with you. I think it's Xeloo favored, and it's all down to some top decks from Markus. He is going to be able to put forth this 3 points of damage to the face, and he has a lot of ways that he can finish out the game and get through that too, but he doesn't have it in hand. He has to draw it. It's not something he can do just anytime he wants. And then we'll see if he picked it up. It's a precious bet. That's not
bad.
it.
That's really bad. Yeah, I think he's on 2 Decimate, 2 Fervor, 3 Doom Beasts. So that's what, 7 outs. Everything else, and I guess Stalking Shadows increases that as well.
It does.
To draw more Doom Beasts.
And we know Doom Beast isn't actually an out because Xeloo has a way to heal.
Right.
So realistically, there's only the 4 outs left in the deck. I mean, it's pretty hard to get there unless he can go something like Unspeakable. Unspeakable Horror and Unspeakable Horror.
There are... Oh, no. The Unspeakable Horror is going to be great. And I guess this as well. Yeah, no, this is just gummed up. The board is gummed up. Nothing's ever getting through. Nothing can possibly get through. So this Brothers Bond is just a blank card.
Yeah, and, Xeloo doesn't have it until the final point of damage hits Markus because of the fact that he's at 2 and there are outs. But it looks really good for him. It looks very favored.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing for Markus is that Xeloo's deck is not a derpy control deck that is going to give you a lot of time. It will put its foot on your throat very quickly and actually is probably going to end the game this turn or close to it.
Open attack is setting up to win, and he's going to get another follower on board as well. With this Cursed Keeper, the A-Bomb, I think he goes for that. I'm curious...
5,
if there's
7, 8, yeah, that open attack does threaten. I think you have to, right? You want to play her. It takes 2 of the outs out. And actually, it takes all the outs out because Decimate does not win with open attack. Fervor, we know, doesn't win because of Unspeakable Horror, unless Xeloo put Markus on already having a Noxian Fervor and then drawing another one, and Markus just ends it.
Yeah, Markus knows he doesn't have it. He knew he no matter what way Xeloo played that turn, because he drew another 1-drop. And Markus going to drop to the loser's bracket very early on after his win at Ascent of Targon. A little bit unexpected, but incredibly well played by Xeloo. I think I'm very impressed with this play. I'm surprised by the They Who Endure list. I didn't expect this to come out. I think that it will struggle in this tournament against the Lee Sins, but I'm excited to see how he does against the rest of the aggressive decks.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of this format, Casa, is that the They Who Endure deck can only lose one game to the Lee Sin deck. It can't lose more than that. So if you can win your other 2 games, go for it.
All right. Well, we will have plenty more Legends here on Legends. We will see if Xeloo takes on who he will be facing in the semifinal. It'd be Stan and Shikkamarux. But we will be getting more Fight Night Legends action after a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We just had an awesome 3-game set between Xeloo and Markus. It really came down to the aggro decks duking it out again with the Endure being able to take down the Spider aggro. The Spider aggro being a weakness for Markus here, not really doing well into Xeloo's lineup of Pirate aggro and Endure. And Lee Sin, as always, looked not balanced, and it won its game very handedly with Markus piloting it to basically perfection. But you can't quite make it through on just one deck finding the win in the Fight Night format. And Markus is going to have to fight his way through the loser's bracket. I believe he will be facing off against the loser of Stan and Shikkamarux, who will be the winner. Will play against Xeloo. I'm excited to see. The first time we've had Spanish-speaking country coming in representing Chile and getting the win in the first round, and we'll see if he can keep this up and keep going on a tear through the bracket, because on the other side it's we've got Glop versus ChristmasTime, Cephalopod versus Szerro, and pretty interesting to see what the results will be. But it's been a quick round already. Our round one last week went, at something like an hour and 15 minutes or something. Our first round this time is just about, finished, closing out at 45 minutes. So all these aggro decks really coming out to play in week 12. And as someone who has the NA aggro brain, who has, all my peak ranks are on aggressive decks, I truly love to see it, Blevins. I'm excited that we're getting to cast some aggro. It's my favorite to cast as well, is aggro decks. I absolutely love just the explosiveness of watching these lists play, and there's a lot of exciting moments because players, I think you make harder reads playing aggro because you have to. Control can afford to play around X, Y, and Z and all these things, where aggro, it's like, okay, I can play around one thing. Which is it going to be? Which one am I playing around? I can't play around them both, so I'm gonna make the hard read on what you've got, and I'm gonna go for it. The soul reads, soul reads for aggro. Yeah, so I love it.
Yep, you've gotta. And I also, we've been back in the old. I don't think I have it ready. Let me see. The Boom Crew blessing. Back in those days, I adjusted my Aurelian Soul voice to be the Boom Crew blessing. We're far from that time, Casa, but we do have a lot of other decks as well, but we're jumping in here. Cephalopod versus Szerro. I believe this is game 3, and I see a Lee Sin online for Szerro.
Yeah, we do. We also see a Hush from Ceph and his own Lee Sin on the board, but Szerro is certainly in an advantageous position, gaining the attack token on this next turn. So he's probably feeling good about this spot, Cephalopod being down to 4 HP. But yeah, this is a Lee Sin mirror. This is the last matchup of round 1 that is yet to finish. So once we get through that, we'll be able to move on to the semifinals. But right now, Szerro looking to be in an advantageous position. And do you see a way out of this for Ceph?
Oh, let's see. Well, we've got Lee Sin is just completely online. Hush. Can Ceph actually win is the question. He needs... Okay. Did we get like a little jump there? Maybe we jump forward, or I was looking at the wrong thing. So Ceph is going to be able to stop the lethal attack. Oh, he's at 4. Short answer is probably no, Cass.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking kind of doomed. It's looking like this is going to be Szerro taking it. Ceph just going to go for an invoke, try and find something good here after hushing the Lee Sin. He's going to be able to play 1 guiding touch, so he'll be at 6.
Yeah.
Now he just needs to find a way to actually... Oh, he can block a unit with the Spacey Sketcher, so theoretically he's alive right now.
Right.
But we know he's not.
Wait. Yeah, 5. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, we know Szerro has abilities that he can... Now he can, he can do something like the Concussive Palm, and that should set him up to have a wide enough board.
Yeah, also, that's probably... Fallen Comet also works, too.
Yep, that'll also get him there.
Yep, that's certainly the strongest of the plays, right? You get to kill the Lee Sin, you get to kill your opponent. It's just all good.
Yeah, so Seth will be able to block Lee Sin with the Spacey Sketcher, but that's still 6 represented.
Yep.
So Guiding Touch will not get him out of this one. And I think Szerro is going to be moving on winner's side. Oh, wait, there is... Can he block it enough? No, it's an elusive unit. That also doesn't...
The Eye of the Dragon actually prevents less damage than the
Guiding
Touch.
Look, Seth's big brain. Look, he can play Moonsilver on Guiding Touch.
Ah,
yes. Stay alive. His brain is huge. I don't think he can win, but he's alive.
Matters not, but it is technically another turn given. Yeah, the problem is that the current hand doesn't even represent the ability to get a nut draw, right? Like there's not even a there wasn't even like if he draws a Lee Sin and then hits perfect on these things, he has a 3% chance. There was just nothing that could be drawn to even represent it. I don't think there's not enough mana.
Yeah,
even if Szerro was on nothing.
I don't even think the magic incantation of this isn't looking good for Seth is going to save him right now. I don't think
it certainly is not looking good for Seth.
Like I don't think that one's getting him out of here. I think I think not having a Lee Sin, having 3 health, just used all the resources that he really had to stay alive.
Mm-hmm.
And this really is not looking good for Seth, as it's very likely that he's going to be dropping to the loser's bracket and having to fight his way through. But we've seen him do it before. We have seen him make the full run in the past, going as far as I believe the loser's final.
Yes.
And so he's no stranger to making those deep loser's bracket runs. And I think that may need to be the case for Cephalopod, as that Lee Sin is just gigantic.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say I've got a little bit of insider information about Szerro's week. So he suffered a great loss this week on ladder to me. So he's probably hell-bent on proving himself, because if you lose to me on ladder, that's a huge blow to your ego and just to your confidence going into a fight night. So really gonna have to be on a tear, especially considering that there is now only one player in the world that has a positive record against me lifetime. Although that's absolutely not true. But if we're counting, Szerro is no longer 1-0 against me. He's only 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, if you can come back from that big of a blow to your confidence, losing to Blevins of all people on ladder, then I think you can accomplish anything.
Diamond 3 player getting paired up to the master player.
I think that truly will just showcase the mental toughness of Szerro, if he can come back from a defeat like that.
The fortitude and the bravery that it takes to be able to overcome that sort of loss is just
such a defeat on ladder.
It's truly inspirational.
Yeah, a testament to his
Okay, we're done.
I don't know if I want to keep going with the bit, Blevins.
No, the bit overstayed its welcome about 2 instances of us going back and forth ago. But here, Seth is still trying to piece something together. The Bastion can prevent the kick, or the deny can both prevent the kick from Lee Sin.
Right.
The Overwhelm currently is
a lot.
Still threatening lethal.
Okay, so Bastion, Deny, Pale Cascade. What else could be found? Can Cephalopod live? I'm sure that's what he's thinking about right now. Is can I even live? And then from there, what he plays Lee Sin to the board, which he doesn't have currently.
Right.
So he has to find Lee Sin. And then he needs 9 attack on his Lee Sin to threaten lethal.
Yes, those are all true statements.
All the words I've said are accurate.
Yes. So Cephalopod needs to put forth 5 health worth of unit to survive the Lee Sin just overwhelm damage, right? Because right now 9 is coming through. If he has 5, he's only going to take 4, which would put him at 1. Okay, he can technically do that. The second thing that needs to happen is he needs to commit a Bastion or a Deny, which of course he has. Those things can happen again to keep him alive. This is not factoring in the other units that are on Szerro's side of the board at all.
Yeah. This is a tough one. He does have some lifesteal available with the Dragonling, so he can try and get a little bit back there. So you see the Bastion,
okay,
Tail
Bastion.
Cascade.
Yep, there's the 4 health and the countering of the Dragon's Rage. Still dead.
Yeah, 4 is not quite enough. He needs 5, right?
He needs 5, yes.
Yeah, and he's not going to be able to get there. Not going to be able to survive this turn. And Szerro going to take it 2-1 over Cephalopod, moving winner's side. He's going to be facing off against ChristmasTime in the winner's semifinal. So, after the first round, we've got Stan versus Xeloo in the semifinal on the top side, and ChristmasTime versus Szerro on the bottom side here. So Stan took down Shikkamarux, Xeloo took down Markus. ChristmasTime beat the returning champion Glop. Or sorry, the returning runner-up.
Yes.
Stan is still in. Stan was the champ last week.
Correct.
I was so used to Stan being the runner-up, but he did finally do it last week. He finally did it last week.
Finally caught the bouquet.
Yeah, he caught it, and he was the champ. He takes down Shikkamarux, trying to set up for his, his run back. Get another victory back-to-back. Glop going to drop to the loser's bracket. He'll be facing off against Cephalopod, where Markus will be facing off against Shikkamarux X. I'm excited for these winner side matchups, though. Stan, Brazil against Chile. Stan, the previous champion, he's been on a tear through Fight Night. This is his 4th in a row. Yeah. He went second, first, which is, insane. The last time we had someone 4 weeks in a row, I think it was Winding God. And I think he only was there 4 weeks in a row, and then he did not do well in the 4th week. He ended up dropping out. So we'll see if Stan can stay longer than Winding God ever has. As that, I believe, is the person holding the current most consecutive Fight Night appearances. Yeah,
that would certainly be legendary, to say the least. And I think if you've been following the Legends of Runeterra scene at all, you've certainly heard Stan's name quite a bit. But we are here to shout it from the top of our lungs. If you're not keeping an eye on Stan, you absolutely need to. Just been playing absolutely phenomenally, and has the tournament results now to prove it, right? I'm very interested because I believe if we take a look, let's see, ChristmasTime has a Lee Sin deck. Szerro had the Lee Sin deck. We know Xeloo didn't, and Stan did. So Xeloo stands alone here as the only player without a Lee Sin deck on the winner's side. And I kind of like the philosophy here. I don't know if this was his thought process going into it, but again, like I mentioned before, you can only lose to the Lee Sin deck one time. It's not going to sweep you. It is not last hero or last deck standing format. It is conquest. You need to win with both of your decks. So if you're saying, I don't want to play Lee Sin mirrors, and you know what? I'm just going to take my loss to Lee Sin. Let me see if I can bring 2 decks that can beat the second deck for the Lee Sin decks. And, we saw it happen against Markus here. Maybe that was just Xeloo's plan going into this event.
Yeah, it's possible that he was looking to target possibly wanted to just go under the Lee Sin deck, and it just didn't work out. And maybe it was kind of not how the matchup is supposed to always go that we saw there. But we are going to be jumping into ChristmasTime versus Szerro as our winner's semifinal matchup. Szerro is a previous Fight Night champion. He found a win when he came in last time, and ChristmasTime has always performed well, but he hasn't had his top 2 finish yet in Giant Slayer events. We've had him in a Reckoning and we've had him in a Fight Night, and both times I was impressed with his play. I've always been impressed with ChristmasTime, but yeah, he hasn't quite had the result that we would love to see out of him. But yeah, Szerro is going to be an uphill battle for ChristmasTime, a very, very strong tournament player. And you know, he's going to be playing that pirate aggro himself against ChristmasTime's Lee Sin deck, and I'm really interested in this matchup.
Yeah, this is, you know, both players brought a Lee Sin deck, of course. The solo Lee Sin, not the Lee Sin Z variety that we have 3 players also bringing, but the second deck choice, Casa, is where they diverge quite possibly as far as you could be. It's pirate aggro on Szerro's side and War Mother's Call from ChristmasTime.
Yeah, that is that is, I think you're right, Blevins. I think you're spot on with that. It's about as far away from each other as you can get as far as deck archetypes. And you know, War Mothers we saw very popular in the Ascent of Targon tournament, and it was popular as well in the recent Fight Night. I think it's just the deck has been doing well within the Targon meta. And I mean, the fact is that everyone flipped the switch and is now on aggro lineups alongside their Lee Sin, having that same thought process as each other. I love to see that from the meta. It means these players are all up to date on their tournament, you know, lineups, what they think is good. A lot of players having similar thinking. And it is, you know, while we love to see diversity, and when we've had those weeks where it's like, you know, 13 unique decks or stuff like that, that is awesome. I also think it's cool when we see a lot of players shifting towards the same thing, when specifically those deck lists are very interesting to watch or a little bit, faster paced, where the mirrors have a lot of depth to them, like the Lee Sin.
Yeah, absolutely. And yes, I do agree. The 13 different, you know, 13 unique deck weeks they're fun and they're exciting, and they give you a really wide breadth of what you can possibly play, or at least a shell of what you can play on your ladder games at home. But I actually personally like when weeks like this happen. Not necessarily the, you know, 75%, or sorry, the 60, you know, whatever percent, 75% Lee Sin exposure here. But the fact that so many people took a sort of a left turn and went in the burn route. I mean, we have not seen aggressive decks in a while, like we were talking about at the top of the show, Casa. And a lot of the players had the beat on the meta of, okay, burn is where I want to go. And I really love to see when the Fight Night meta really feels like its own thing, its own like living creature. And I imagine next week, unless we get some sort of hot fix for a Bastion or a Lee Sin change, that we're going to see a very interesting meta develop as a response to this week specifically.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this already, right? This is turn 5. Szerro has pushed ChristmasTime down to 8 health. This is exactly the purpose of these burn lists, right? They all knew that Lee Sin was going to be expected. Like, that is something they all knew, right? Coming into this week. And so that's probably why we ended up with so many burn lists, because they want to just go under these Lee Sins. They want to just take them down as fast as possible. And Szerro has already pushed essentially, I mean, he's threatening lethal damage. He's threatening lethal damage. He has this Noxian Fervor on deck. Behold, the Infinite's not getting you there. That doesn't give you any burst cards.
Do anything. Nope. It needs to. I'm actually kind of surprised. I guess it was kind of doomed one way or the other, right? It was never. Okay, Moon Silver. Yeah, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, Deep Med.
I think it was doomed regardless. There wasn't going to be a card that could be drawn. We know that invoking there was a moot point, and I don't think that there was going to be enough mana left over from deep med to draw anything relevant. But yeah, that's how you draw it up when you're bringing these pirate aggro decks in the Lee Sin matchup. It's like, let me just go as fast as humanly possible. And now Szerro has to see if he's confident in his Lee Sin mirror.
Yeah, I mean, Szerro is now down to Lee Sin as having 2 lives to try and clear this out. And I think that's what every player in this tournament kind of wants. They're like happy if they are like, okay, Lee Sin 2 games to find the win. Because of how strong this champion is right now, how strong his deck lists are. I'm sure Szerro, you know, he loads in and he's like, okay, 6-turn win with Pirate aggro, Pirate burn. Yeah, this is a series that looks really good for me. I'm really excited about this. And I mean, we'll see if he can close this out or if ChristmasTime can navigate the mirror better. You know, ChristmasTime took down Glop in round 1 over 3 games. It's very possible there was a Lee Sin matchup in that set as well. And I'm interested to see how ChristmasTime is able to pilot it, but he's notoriously very good at combo decks. It's one thing that ChristmasTime is known for. And so I'm sure he is extremely comfortable with this list. And I think this is going to be a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's a mistake to queue up Lee Sin first. I'm wondering, because I would rather be, I guess you're all winning the first game is always going to be good regardless, right? It almost doesn't matter what deck you bring, what deck you have, but I feel like I'd rather be in the Lee Sin spot. I don't know. I didn't really put much thought into it, but I imagine that these players did put a lot of thought into what are you queuing up first. Interesting. It's interesting to think about.
Yeah, I think maybe ChristmasTime was trying to dodge a certain deck with War Mothers. I'm curious what it's teched against. See, 3x Avalanche. Yeah, it's teched for aggro. So I think his War Mothers would actually like to hit Pirates. At least somewhat.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't usually go too much into the theorizing of, what deck to lead with. It's just not a skill that I have naturally developed, having played Magic for so long, because it's generally been single deck. So I usually leave it to the pros, but it's just interesting to think about because I think it does. Szerro seems to be in the best possible position here, where you've got 2 lives with arguably the strongest deck in the format right now, and could ChristmasTime have done something differently to change that? Maybe not. Possible that he couldn't have.
All right. Lee Sin coming down for Szerro. He's getting his on the board immediately. They both have their 4 Lee Sins if they want them.
Yep.
ChristmasTime also on his, and he knows that there's no spells that will come out, so he doesn't have to be too worried about Szerro's Lee Sin clearing his away. But
yep.
I will say this is going to be a good spot for Szerro in general. If he wants to just buff his Lee Sin by 2 +2/+2, that is a very good spot to be in, getting it already buffed up to a 5/6 prior to casting any spells or finding the level up. And then here's a couple of gems in hand. You can start cranking up that attack and setting up for that 10 attack threshold, finish off the game. And it's a lot of spells to cast too, Blev.
This is exactly where you want to be with a Lee Sin deck. You've got, you have a safe Lee Sin on 4. You've got the Mentor. You're getting the buff onto Lee Sin, and if they block, you just get gems, and that's fuel. It's free fuel to level up the Lee Sin and pump it up. It's the perfect scenario for Szerro, and he even had it on his attack turn when he needed it. Just absolutely perfect spot for Szerro here. The question now is, how is he going to be able to best navigate these turns to not use too much, to put just enough pressure on ChristmasTime to not expose his Lee Sin while also pressuring ChristmasTime's?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's kind of the name of the game here. And, ChristmasTime, of course, is just trying to remove the Eye of the Dragon, trying to slow down some of the lifesteal so that maybe he can get enough pressure that he doesn't need that big 10 attack Lee Sin to close out the game. But, yeah, we see the stun, and Is that Moonsilver going to go on a deny potentially? No, just going to get out a unit.
Yep. Looks like it went on the deep med here.
Yep. Yeah, looks like it did.
Curious. I guess the deep med is something that you always want to cast. The problem, of course, I guess if you want to cast it specifically next turn, because spell mana, as you may imagine, is very, very vital in this matchup, much like it is in the, Karma Ezreal mirror. And this mirror kind of feels like that mirror in a lot of ways, where you're kind of jockeying, you're getting mana advantages here and there, you're pushing little bits of damage here and there. It's actually a very interesting mirror, but not one that I wanted to play very much. So I moved off of the Lee Sin deck on ladder very quickly.
Yeah, now, Szerro's in an interesting spot because his Zenith Blade can't be protected by deny, and it's actually a decent deny target in this deck overall, because if you can prevent Lee Sin from gaining Overwhelm, then obviously the combo doesn't work. So I actually like this pass from Szerro because he would be banking some mana, whereas ChristmasTime would be throwing away 6. And so now Szerro, now that he sees this, maybe we see something like a gem challenge just to try and, continue to keep the pressure up, try and get rid of something like the Eye of the Dragon here. Even considering healing his own Eye of the Dragon instead of just buffing Lee Sin's attack. So that's pretty interesting to see from my perspective. I generally would expect just to put those attack values onto the Lee Sin, kind of guarantee that he's got that threat to just finish the game.
Right. I'm not sure how much I particularly care about the Eye getting a power buff here. I guess it is able to block Dragonlings now because it got the health. Yeah, I'm a little, I'm not quite sure about that one. It doesn't seem terrible, but I tend to agree with you, Casa, where I want as many buffs on Lee Sin as I can.
Yeah, now Szerro had the decision to try and deny that Zenith Blade, but he sees ChristmasTime is on 4 mana as well, so it could have just immediately been denied. Now, I think if Szerro goes for his own Zenith Blade, I actually would not want to see him do that.
Yeah.
I think that you see ChristmasTime protecting his own Zenith Blade with 4 mana. He's at least bluffing a deny here, so you may want to make sure that you respect that at some point and go for that Zenith Blade when you at least have your deny to protect it. And if you don't have to use it, that's great, but I wouldn't want to risk it when ChristmasTime has just clearly bluffed that he may have it.
Yep. Agree 100%. Especially since you absolutely want a guaranteed spell cast so that your Lee Sin has barrier this round. And the Zenith Blade, if it gets countered by deny, you do not get the barrier for Lee Sin. It does not count as having cast the spell.
Yeah, so now attack token onto the side of ChristmasTime. Lee Sin's not yet leveled, so it's still fairly safe for Szerro as far as keeping his Lee Sin on board, unless this level up is closer than I think it is. It might actually be. I think he can get there. But can ChristmasTime actually generate enough attack value? He can. ChristmasTime can go for the game right now. It looks like. I think so, right? That's Resonating Strike,
2,
double Pale Cascade.
4, 6. Yeah, I mean, that's...
But it's all
more than enough. Yeah, I think that's a... that would be a very risky play. Considering there's no... Like, unless he thinks that he's going to lose next turn, which he might be... Oh, with the deny... it's kind of tough. This makes a lot more sense. B, don't go all in, but have a deny backup. And actually, yeah, the deny for the deny is going to be pretty good here. I think that is a second Lee Sin for Szerro.
It is.
Yeah, okay.
It's also, if ChristmasTime removes Lee Sin, though, that is kind of a win for right? In his book, like
Oh,
getting
sure.
the Lee Sin off the board is a big win because he's got his Lee Sin and he'll just need one more turn from that point. So I agree with you. I think going all in would have been a mistake. Keeping this deny up is so good. And now if Szerro goes for deny to not get kicked in the face, I mean, he still loses Lee Sin. So ChristmasTime can just let that go through. He can just allow that. And then if Szerro plays a second spell to give his Lee Sin barrier, then ChristmasTime can deny the deny and make sure that this Lee Sin dies. And I think that, you know, this situation is very good. And Szerro ends up not playing anything here. He's going to let it go. Probably look to redevelop his Lee Sin and try to just win on the next turn. But I don't know if he can get to a win on the next turn, right? This is 19 damage. He doesn't have...
Yeah, he's definitely going to need... The 3 spells part is fine. He does have a gem, effectively 2 gems with the 1 drop. I'm wondering... Yeah, this is not a great spot for Szerro anymore, for sure. Being behind the Lee Sin race. The damage doesn't necessarily matter. It's almost certainly going to be a 2-turn clock with a Lee Sin regardless, unless you push a little bit more aggressively in terms of commitment. So you're not really changing too much. But man, yeah, this is going to be a tough one for Szerro here. He does get the opening to put the challenger on Lee Sin here, though, which is very interesting. And this, I think, is the beginning of how Szerro finds it, though. He has a deny to stop shenanigans from ChristmasTime. He's got Pale Cascade, and he's got gems. So that's going to be, when the Lee Sin levels, it's going to be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 with Pale Cascade.
He's wide enough.
Gems. Yeah,
9 can be winning because he is wide enough.
Yes. 9 can absolutely be winning here. And actually, I think it is, right? Szerro's going to have deny for ChristmasTime's deny. And I don't think...
Here's the level up from Lee Sin.
Anything. There's nothing that interacts with us unless he draws something off his own Pale Cascades.
Yeah, this is going to be 19 most likely.
Yeah. Just attack.
There's no guiding touch. He could find one.
Yeah, there's things that ChristmasTime can find to survive here. Oh, interesting. He's going. Okay, that removes this pull makes sense from Szerro because it removes some it makes Bastion feel a lot worse. You don't want, you don't really want the counter to happen and then also, be buffing the Lee Sin. The deny here can get denied by Szerro. And then it's going to be, what can ChristmasTime rip off the top? And even if he survives here, it is going to be a W for Szerro because, he ends up having to use these Pale Cascades on his non-attacking turn.
Well, I don't know if it's quite a W because Szerro is down to 6.
Sure.
And so the Lee Sin doesn't really need too many attack buffs to finish this out, but... Oh, wow. Okay. So I didn't actually see that claw in hand.
I did not see it either.
And that will keep him alive at 1. That is actually huge because I do think that ChristmasTime should be able to find the win on the next turn with his own Lee Sin. With the deny backup, and he saves the Pale Cascades. This is huge. Yeah. I think that CT is going to live on 1. Oh my god. This was expertly played.
Yeah, I did not
Honestly,
see that.
Both sides played this really well. Szerro found his opening to get back in after, losing the Lee Sin war initially. And ChristmasTime now gonna be able to turn this and be the aggressor going into his attacking phase.
Yeah. I think you have to Guiding Touch here from Szerro. It's mana efficient. You're going to want to cast this Guiding Touch anyway. Just get your card now, get your life now, and have maximum mana for next turn. Might not matter. Another deny is quite big.
Yeah, can win the deny fight. It's actually huge.
It is. Szerro's going to be kicking himself in the pants, though, if he's going to be mana short and not able to cast both Guiding Touches if he needs them. But 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. He should still be fine. But that is all of his mana.
All right, there's lethal presented. Szerro, gonna have to deny. Actually, yeah, no, he has to deny first. The Guiding Touch won't be able to get him out of this one. Bastion, however, may be better than deny.
Mana efficient and yeah, it is more mana efficient.
Yeah, the problem here for Szerro is he's fighting this Lee Sin. And we know Szerro will beat this Lee Sin. He can. He's going to be able to beat the Lee Sin. But ChristmasTime could just go all in onto this Claw of the Dragon with Resonating Strike and Double Pale Cascade.
Yep.
And that gets it up to 9 attack. So the last Guiding Touch would save that.
Yes.
But will Szerro tap out of Guiding Touch range? Is that possible here?
I don't.
No, it probably can't. Yeah, you probably can't.
He literally can't. Goes for deny here. And now, does ChristmasTime go all in here with the spells?
You check my...
First Pale Cascade comes out. What does it draw? Draws a Guiding Touch, which is probably not super relevant.
Resonating Strike.
Okay.
He's all in.
ChristmasTime said, I like being at 1. Szerro says, yeah, me too.
And we thought that ChristmasTime would be the one living at 1 HP and winning the game. But it looks like, no, it'll be Szerro living at 1 HP and winning the game.
Wow.
Absolutely insane.
Well, yeah, I mean, this looks pretty...
Is there a top deck that can save him? Bastion?
Would deny... Bastion would be probably the best. But actually, I don't know if Bastion even does it. It would put the Lee Sin at 8. Szerro's going to be able to put his Lee Sin at 9 attack, which actually could be relevant because of the Guiding Touch from ChristmasTime. Could we see another round of 1 health, Casa?
It requires some very specific top decks.
Sure.
It's unlikely, but I guess we could.
Oh, no, but Szerro is also going to have to use his Bastion, so he's actually going to need more. It's not enough. Because the Bastion also grants +1/+1. Oh,
yes,
and a Hush, too.
A Hush is going to just basically seal the deal, but also ChristmasTime didn't really exactly what he needed. Nothing. I guess we'll see if this Guiding Touch hits something. I don't really think there's anything except maybe a Hush and being able to cast that twice.
Yeah. And also, Szerro is a smart person and pulls something that's not the gigantic Lee Sin.
Well, right, but double Hush could still potentially get there. Well, it would still be the kick. But either way, Szerro is the one who takes the win on 1 HP. And what a set between these two players. Back and forth in that game.
Yeah.
The Lee Sin mirror has not disappointed. We talked it up at the top of the show. We said, hey, I think this combo deck is actually going to be a fun mirror to watch. Not at all bothered by the 6x Lee Sins in the tournament because I mean, that's amazing. I'm excited to see more of it as the Lee Sins continue to advance through the tournament, but we will have more Lee Sin and more Legends of Runeterra with the winners final coming up next. Szerro awaiting the winner of Stan and Xeloo. Don't go anywhere. More Fight Night Legends when we return. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We're catching the tail end of the match between Stan and Xeloo. This is a winner's semifinal match. The winner of this will take on Szerro in the winner's final, as we see a Sejuani level up. And we talked about this earlier when we had Xeloo on screen, about how that is a way to beat the Lee Sin if you can find those freezes, but also we're going to see this atrocity available. 7 damage needed. Not having that on board just yet.
Yeah, and can't even use the shroud either to give the Sejuani a buff. That's just not how it works. Oh, but the unspeakable horror though.
Yeah, he found 2 of them. So even if the first is denied, he's got a second way to get that ping, get that 1 damage in.
Okay. That's pretty big, and there is no way. Oh, no, there is. The Twin Disciplines, Casa.
Yeah.
The Twin Disciplines is going to be huge because you can only you can only frostbite the team once with Sejuani, even if they both went through.
Yeah, there's going to be the extra damage. I'm not sure if Lee can level up. It doesn't look like this is a Lee level up. I'm not quite sure. I mean, we're here a little late. That's 6 of 8. So Lee's not leveled. It's not a kick in. The ping for the freeze. But then the Twin Disciplines is available.
Right, unless Stan, for some reason, puts the Twin Disciplines on the Mentor.
Oh, wait, this is a fast speed spell. He can't Twin Disciplines in response. It's at burst speed.
Oh, you're right. That's true. I forgot that's how it works. Okay.
Because this is a fast speed damage, this freeze is going to be able to protect Xeloo no matter what. There's not a way for Stan to attack buff here. So now he has to decide, do I deny this? Or do I respect that Xeloo may have an answer?
Stan's hovering the deny. This could be devastating. I mean, it's kind of devastating regardless, but this is going to be an absolute blowout.
Yeah, Xeloo gets to respond with this this second horror. Or, I mean, he could go for atrocity, but
yeah, I was thinking the same thing, because now the atrocity is not deniable. So do you just go for your 6 now? And then if you're
that can't work with Sedge though, right? Because if you destroy your Sejuani.
Oh, you're right. Yep. Nope, that's true.
So it'd just be 4 damage now. So this is probably better.
Yeah, the 4 damage
Sedge
doesn't matter, I don't think. Yep, nope, this is correct, I believe. Yeah, and now for all the people who are saying that burst speed is strictly better than fast, think again, Casa.
Yeah, I mean, you're able to dodge this burst speed combat trick to give the attack because this fast speed. Stan doesn't have the response. The freeze will happen. Xeloo will live. This Sejuani tech is working out this time. It's able to get him there against the Lee Sin, and now it comes down to how big is this Endure? We're just joining.
Doesn't need to be that big, Casa, I gotta say. In fact, it might not even need to be there at all. Sejuani is not going to be able to open attack and kill, I don't think, because the Lee can just block. But the They Who Endure is likely going to force out... The They Who Endure is likely going to, in combination with Sejuani, be pushing lethal or presenting lethal. And if not, it is going to likely force Stan to... commit resources, which is going to open up the door for the atrocity. Also, Xeloo can just be down with the Cygnus here and have a spell shield Cygnus as well because of the Shroud of Darkness. That might actually be better.
Yeah, he could go for the spell
6
shield
power.
Cygnus. I like this.
Yep.
burst pass. Or not burst pass, sorry. This is more like, this is just a normal, a 0 mana pass if he goes for the Ravenous Butcher.
Yeah. I mean, it works effectively the same way as a burst pass. Actually, unless it's a 0 mana burst pass, this is just better, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. A free pass, we can call it.
But yeah, Shroud Cygnus, especially with the Cygnus buff. Wait, Shroud gives +1 attack as well.
No, you know, I think you don't actually go for the Shroud, because now Xeloo has 12 mana, Casa. That's Cygnus plus Atrocity. Screw Spell Shield. If you want to commit a spell to try to kill this Cygnus, I'm gonna kill you.
Oh, okay. Okay, I can see that.
I think this is a tough call, though. I don't think it's cut and dry. Okay, and I really like this. I like this choice too, because now there's 2 separate threats. It's the Sejuani plus Atrocity, which of course Stan doesn't necessarily know about, but it's also the combination of the elusive threats here.
Yeah, I think Stan kind of knows. I think that's 6 mana sitting there.
He doesn't know 100%, but he can be very, very confident.
Yeah, I think he knows, but he doesn't have. Yeah, he doesn't have the 100% sure.
And you can feel Xeloo's, like you know exactly how he feels here. It's the, I think I'm making the optimal play. I just kind of have to hold my breath and hope they don't have anything.
And Sisters is a very good response.
Yes. Sisters complicates things.
But I don't think it's enough of a response. I think Xeloo has it.
I don't think it is either, but Xeloo does not know that yet. Although with only 3 mana, there's not a lot of things that Stan can have.
Yeah, I think the attack order is great too, because the A-bomb will freeze the board. So none of the trades will go in the favor of Stan.
Oh, that's right. Yes, I forgot the Sejuani. Oh, the Sejuani freeze is also huge because the sister doesn't even gain life.
And there's no deny for Atro.
No,
so
there's no deny.
Xeloo can let this, if this is how the attack shakes up, he lets this go through, puts Stan on 1, and then just finishes with Atro.
Yeah, I'm wondering, is there anything that would prevent that in Stan's deck? Let's see. At 3 mana. Is there okay, there's no there is not a Celestial card, so he doesn't even have to play around Moonsilver shenanigans. At 3 mana, we've got Hush, Bastion, Pale Cascade, Guiding Touch, Behold the Infinite. None of that matters.
They can't do it. They can't do it. He just goes for the Atrocity.
Wow.
On the Sejuani. Xeloo finding the win over the Lee Sin. Now, this didn't look like an amazing matchup for the Endure in the first match, but I think this is how it's supposed to play out. This is how Xeloo drew it up, and he finds the win this time over Stan, the returning champion, the back-to-back-to-back-to-back player in Fight Night. He's been here. This is the 4th week, and Xeloo, first time on Fight Night, first time we've had a LATAM Spanish-speaking representative, and Xeloo takes down the returning champ to move on to the winner's final. Outstanding play. One of 2 players to not bring Lee Sin. Love to see it.
Yeah, it is crazy because everyone, I mean, you just look at Reddit, you look at Twitter, you look at your Discord communities. Lee Sin's broken, Bastion's broken, Lee Sin's broken, nerf Lee Sin, do this. And we saw numbers in terms of people bringing it, Casa, that would lead you to think that, and Xeloo just goes, hold my They Who Endure. Okay, don't care. Yeah, They Who Endure's got a good matchup.
Sejuani.
Yeah, hold my Sejuani. Yeah, maybe it's Sejuani. And for what it's worth, people have also been calling for Sejuani nerfs for a while too. But I think regardless, if you look at it on paper, maybe They Who Endure doesn't line up the best against Lee Sin in a vacuum, but here it obviously did. And one thing I want to point out, Casa, is that we have, we've been working with the Spanish-speaking community for a while, and there's some community members that have reached out to us, Casa, and wanted to get the Spanish-speaking community in Fight Nights, and we were happy to get the invite out there. And Xeloo says, you know what? Let's push it. Let's push it while we're here.
Yeah, shout out Centupe. Yes. Everybody knows who he is, and if you don't, follow him on Twitter because he's always shouting out everything.
Yes, he tweets my tweets more than I do, which is awesome because I'm
Yeah.
very bad at that.
Yeah, he gets out all the competitive information for
Yes.
across any tournament, and yeah, he got us the hookup with the Xeloo, and
Yes.
he is not disappointed. But
Nope.
let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket to see how things have shaken up so far. As we've got, Xeloo making the run through, taking down the Ascent of Targon champion, and then taking down the previous Fight Night champion, and now he's gonna have to go against Szerro in the winners final. Szerro also someone who has won a Fight Night in the past. And we see, Szerro took down Cephalopod in ChristmasTime. No slouches at all to reach this point, as we do see that Cephalopod and Shikkamarux are the ones who have been eliminated so far. Stan will face off against Glop, a rematch from the final of last week in the lower bracket to see who gets a chance to try and come back. And Markus will be facing off against ChristmasTime. But the next match for us, Blevins, Xeloo versus Szerro.
Yep.
And do you think Xeloo is going to be able to continue this run? I mean, how are you liking the lineup against what we see from Szerro?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm liking it. I mean, this is very, I mean, is this the same lineup that Xeloo played against in the first round?
Not quite. So the
Close.
difference is going to be Pirate Burn versus Markus playing Spider.
Yeah. I do definitely like the Pirate Burn a little bit more than I like the Spiders in general. I'm not sure how it specifically lines up to what Xeloo is running, but just in general, it seems a little bit better. I mean, it's tough because if I'm looking at it from Xeloo's perspective, it's not like he didn't know that Lee Sin was going to be a big thing, right? So you're building your lineup with that in mind. And again, I think I was just wrong potentially about the Dehundur matchup in general. And I think, Xeloo had to, had a better read than I did coming into this. So, I think Szerro brought what would, be considered the best lineup or close to it. And Xeloo looks like he was maybe a step ahead of that. So
for sure.
I think I lean a little bit more towards Xeloo here.
Yeah, no, I love to see it. I think, he just took down Stan, who had Pirate Aggro alongside Zed Lee Sin.
Yep.
And Szerro has a similar lineup. Of course, he's got the Pirate Aggro and then Mono Lee Sin. But I do think that this is what Xeloo wants to be playing against. This is what he's built his lineup for. And while the Dehundur in the first matchup didn't impress versus the Lee Sin, we saw what it's supposed to do against Stan. We saw what the purpose was of this build, and I think I'm impressed with how Xeloo has piloted all the matches we've seen from him. I feel like he's playing really well. Like even in that game on Endure that looked so bad, it looked so unwinnable, and we were worried about the deck. We talked about how well it felt like he was playing it, even though we knew it was doomed because we knew what Markus had in hand. And I think, that might have just been a great draw from Markus, and he piloted it perfectly with that draw that made it impossible for Endure to win. But that might not be how it's normally supposed to happen. But here we go, jumping into game. Szerro versus Xeloo, and this is going to be a Pirate Aggro mirror. Pirate Burn, Captain Crunch, going at each other. A lot of cereal in this, Blevins.
There's a ton of cereal and the Dewey Decimate system. So many memes in this matchup. And, this was not the mirror match we were expecting to cast coming into this event, Kaza. Sure, we were expecting a lot of Lee Sin mirrors, but I don't know if we were going to guess Pirate Burn mirrors necessarily. And another thing to note here, if we're looking historically in Fight Nights, Casa, we have yet to see the winner's side finalist lose the event. We have seen the bracket reset a handful of times, but we have not seen the bracket reset into the loser's side winning the event. So if history repeats itself, we could be seeing our champion crowned here. Of course, it's early to say that, Casa, but we've built up enough of a history now that I can bring that up and have it be a relevant sample.
I think it's a really fair point. I think looking at this, historically, the winner of this match wins the tournament.
100% of the time so far.
They are the big favorite, right? Whoever
Huge.
wins this is a massive favorite to win the whole thing. And that's exciting to see, right? Like, we could find out our champion right now, or at least, you know, we know who's coming back next week for sure. We know one of them.
Yes.
Like, this is fighting for your spot in next week's fight night, guaranteed.
Yep.
Alongside precedent being that you will win if you win this matchup.
Right.
So it's a big match between Xeloo and Szerro. And I mean, this is a lot of aggression. So many one drops from Xeloo. This is his fourth one drop that he's played with the Jagged Butcher. And we'll see if he runs out of steam, because we see Szerro has that infinite value generator that is Jack the winner.
Yeah, it's a classic. Xeloo has a very, very aggressive hand, and Szerro has the less aggressive but more value focused hand. And you know, we saw Xeloo on the opposite end of this in his match against Markus, the first one we saw when he played against the spider aggro, where that spider aggro, I mean, remember that hand? There are people in chat saying that it should be illegal to have this good of an opener.
Yeah.
Didn't matter. Piloted it well, got over the hurdle of where that aggressive draw pays off, and then it just gets stonewalled. Now, granted, this pirate deck does have more reach, or the ability to go over the top of a gummed up board with things like decimates and other burn through bilge water, but we'll see if Szerro's able to get there.
Yet another one drop picked up by Xeloo. He's picked up pretty much every one drop in his deck, and you don't want that.
No.
You're cool with 3 of them. I'll take 3 one drops.
Sure.
I don't really want much more than that. And yeah, Xeloo certainly running out of steam, but he's gotten very close to winning. Effectively, Szerro is at 5 because we see that decimate in the hand of Xeloo. So it is just a matter of if he can find the rest of that damage before Szerro turns it around. And well, that's a start, isn't it, Blev? That's certainly something.
The sequencing is going to be very important from both players. Is Szerro going to fire off a preemptive make it rain to try to get more damage in and potentially have Xeloo have massive value out of the Noxian Fervor? Or is Szerro going to be able to blow out the Noxian Fervor of Xeloo if he uses it on the 2-1 here? Sequencing here is absolutely huge, and actually whoever gets the value, if it's Szerro from the Make It Rain or Xeloo from the Fervor, it might actually just determine the game straight up.
Yeah, it certainly could. Okay.
Yeah.
Make It Rain goes down now, so Xeloo, this is the time to Fervor. You're not finding a better chance.
Right.
So he's going to go ahead and throw that down, and that's going to put Szerro to 2. So now it's just about the top decks.
Right.
I think Xeloo has to do this here. I think he always casts this.
Yeah, man, it is tough for me to like this preemptive Make It Rain, but also, like, you just push it, right? This doesn't kill Szerro, right? Opponent, you have perfect information now on what your opponent has. You know, they're going to be taking 6 here. Taking 6 and having no board.
Yeah. Szerro setting up for the double decimate. That's his play. Setting up to win next turn with 2 decimates. Actually.
Oh, okay. Okay, I like this too. I don't mind that block either, because then it would be putting it would actually be putting Xeloo out of double decimate range. You'd be taking 4 going down to 11. Yeah. Ooh, man. That's what Xeloo's deciding. Does he want to trade with the Misfortune? Is another attack going to be able to come out from Szerro? And if it does, is he going to be able to survive regardless? Yeah, that's going to... If he goes to 11, he's exactly enough.
Xeloo playing to the Fervor out.
Okay.
Adding it to the list of cards that can win
the
game. I think Xeloo knows he has to win this turn. And he's got 1 card to do it. So what is it going to be? It's a decimate! It's the decimate! Xeloo finds it off the top.
Wow.
He finds the damage he needs. And he's going to take the first game over Szerro in the Pirate Burn Mirror.
Wow. He opened up, he walked in to the library casa. He opened up the card codex and said, I know the Dewey Decimate system, and ripped it off the top and ended it. Wow.
He finds it and he finishes the game. He is, in fact, a pirate. Able to pick that one up, stealing that game from Szerro. And, well, I mean, that's that 1-0 lead. Now, we see once again Endure having 2 chances. And Xeloo has not disappointed with 2 chances on Endure yet. He's been able to do it both times. So, we'll see if he can do it once more against this pirate burn deck from Szerro.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's not a super aggressive draw from Szerro. I mean, it's got a 1-drop, which is always good. It's got a lot of 5-drops, and this Fervor is fine, for sure. And Xeloo has Keeper Caretaker, Casta. I mean, do you ever want anything? Like, that's just, like, your best 2 into 3 ever.
Yeah.
All the time.
The problem for Xeloo is he has token on evens, so it's a little annoying, but... on that turn 4, he will be able to set up a Caretaker, and certainly is going to feel nice. However, Szerro has a lot of aggression already set up, and we could just see the Caretaker on 3 to try and fog an attack, and that's not too bad in itself, but the problem is then that board from Szerro stays there as he just doesn't swing, and you have to deal with it later.
Yeah, and Jack the winner just allows you to sit back and, you know, make half decimates every turn. You don't necessarily need the full thing. It's like decimate on layaway.
Decimate on layaway. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I guess that's what playing your 5-drop Jack the winner does.
And you're paying the interest on your layaway in the blood of your units. It all makes sense.
Yeah, but we do have some Doom Beasts for Xeloo. He found one on Stalking Shadows. Yeah. Which is really, really good for Xeloo here, because that's so much healing that he's going to be getting over the next few turns, trying to keep himself alive and stabilize. And, well, this Doom Beast was perfect for this turn, setting up into the Caretaker on the following turn to remove some of Szerro's board. In fact, most of Szerro's board, while having a strong board of his own. Plus, he's going to have 4 more healing on deck with this double Doom Beast.
And 4 damage, too. I mean, this is all... I mean, and another Stalking Shadows. I mean, it's not looking great for Szerro, just in terms of the projection for the rest of the game. But even though, yes, Xeloo does have the 2 Doom Beasts, has to find spots to play them. Could be potentially a little bit awkward to find it. Very expensive to play both of them. But, you know, unfortunately, Szerro is the pain train has screeched to a halt here. And in fact, is going back the other direction as Xeloo's coming in.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think you did it right. The pain train has entered the station for Xeloo, and it has left the stop for Szerro. It's not here anymore. Yep. And he does have Jack the Winner and Gangplank. He's got a lot of big bombs that he can start playing. It's just a matter of, will these Doom Beasts provide enough healing and board presence that Xeloo is going to be able to find the win himself? And, well, I like this Fervor from Szerro. He doesn't have another play on this turn. There's no mana for interaction, and it's being killed off by a ephemeral unit. So just get that damage out now and start to redevelop your bombs. And if you're Szerro, you hope that this Gangplank can try and finish out the game, as Jack can help enable him with the Sleep with the Fishes.
Yeah, I mean, Szerro does have a path to victory here. And if he didn't, you know, Captain Crunch will always pave one, regardless.
Yeah, he certainly will. I mean, that Farron is a very good draw because it's putting this clock on Xeloo. Now, Xeloo doesn't know about this clock yet, but it is ticking. And Szerro will be able to find the win with the Farron, should Xeloo not be able to clean this up soon. But that's going to be Unspeakable Horror, not used for value generation, but instead used to set up Doom Beast. And while the life totals are being stabilized, Szerro's card quality is pretty insane right now. Right.
It is, and Xeloo kind of draws a, you know, arguably a miss there with his 1-drop. But the problem is that wide board from Xeloo, and if Szerro wants to get value from this Demolitionist and the sleep from the fishes, it's going to come at the cost of the health of his units, which is already being taxed by just blocking Xeloo.
Yeah, it absolutely will, and I still expect him to go for at least some of these things. Like, I think Demolitionist is very likely to come down. Well, he wants to post-combat play Gangplank, so maybe not. I think that maybe just to sleep with the fishes to pass priority, and then we'll see Gangplank on the following turn, but he's going to take a fair bit of damage from this.
Yeah, I'm imagining he's going to take 6 here. Actually, no, he's gonna take more because there's another unit that's gonna come out. He's gonna take 11.
Ephemeral Doom Beast.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, now Szerro can play the GP.
Oh, that's true.
He's not afraid of Sejuani or anything big anymore.
Right. Okay. Gangplank can block a 3/2. Jack can block either the 2/1. No, Jack would, I guess, block the Sir Charles Barkley Beast. Unless he just wants to throw away the Jack to effectively gain some more life. This is on a razor's edge for Szerro because he has to. Does he value his own Nexus health, or does he value the health of his units, and how much does he value each? Very tough call to make, though. He does have almost perfect information right now.
Yeah,
I do mystery card.
You were certainly right about him taking 7 because Xeloo decides that the barrel is not relevant.
Yep.
Just goes for that one swing, and it's that next swing from Xeloo that should be looking to end the game if he can go wide enough, and Szerro has to find a way to deal enough. That is a big draw
Pretty
for
good.
Szerro, but on the other side, that's a bigger draw.
Talking about big
for
draws.
Xeloo.
I mean, that's just over, right? Like,
well, unless Szerro can push through the rest of the damage that he needs, this Gangplank's level up.
Okay.
Will be pressuring even more.
The They Who Endure is probably 8, is just my guess without even thinking about it.
It's
okay,
10.
It's 10. That's pretty good. This puts Xeloo to 8.
Fishes to 6.
Yeah.
And I think the open is just going to guarantee. I think Xeloo's going to win. I think Xeloo is going to be in the grand finals, invited back to next week.
Yeah.
And the favorite to win the whole tournament.
Yeah,
because
attack here does
it gets
nothing.
stonewalled by the Endure. The Endure just stops GP in his tracks. And everything else can be at least blocked or phantom blocked.
Yep. So that happens. Just trying to think. Szerro. Fervor doesn't do it. Fervor's the only fast. Fervor and Make It Rain are the only fast speed spells. Oh, actually, Fervor actually does. Would keep Szerro alive because he can Fervor to kill the Endure.
Right. He
so
could.
It's not over.
You're right. There is a top deck available.
Yep. Two outs.
And Fervor's playable with a Farron. So the reverse win would come out if he draws the first gear.
Oh, that's not it. Open attack.
It's Zap. And Xeloo likely looks for the open.
Oh, but if he
unless
doesn't,
he tries to play around exactly Fervor, it will give Szerro a chance to draw it. But there's the open.
Yep.
And the surrender from Szerro. And Xeloo is going to be moving on to the grand final. He's secured his invitation back to next week's fight night.
Yep.
And as we mentioned before, he is the favorite to win, as no one has yet to complete the reverse, the bracket reset.
Yes.
The run back, the full run back has not been done.
Full reverse sweep. Yep. Hasn't happened yet. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, in that matchup, Casa, I thought Lee Sin was a popular deck. I didn't see it in that match.
We only saw aggro decks being played, and that's, you
Yep.
know, my favorite kind of matchup.
This is the world that we want to live in.
This is the world that I want to live in. I don't know,
Yep.
but I do. I'm loving the world where Xeloo's running through with 2 aggro decks, making it to the grand finals. But we will have, you know, Xeloo in the grand finals later on. But first, we have to see who is going to play against him. Losers semifinal coming up next. Don't go anywhere. There is more Fight Night Legends action coming right at you. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We're immediately jumping into one of our losers quarterfinals, and actually it looks like Glop found the win. We were coming in trying to catch the tail end of it, of the rematch from last week's final. But Glop gets his revenge over Stan, taking it 2-0, and Stan, after three back-to-back weeks where he made it back in the fourth week curse that we saw plague Winding God as well. Stan will finally drop out of Fight Night, but I mean, I'm sure we will have him back in just a couple of weeks because he has been super exciting to watch. He has been, I mean, incredible. But Glop, another player who has done really well across Giant Slayer tournaments. He got first in Reckoning 2, and he's had great Fight Night performances. He's going to be moving on to face off against ChristmasTime. ChristmasTime took down Markus in the loser's quarter, and that will be our next matchup, is ChristmasTime versus Glop, to see who will face off against Szerro in the loser's final. You know, going into this matchup, Blevins, I mean, who are you liking? I mean, both of these players have had a lot of great performances, but Glop has probably more results than C-Time has.
Yeah, Glop is definitely, pushed past the finish line more so than ChristmasTime. I'm not sure if ChristmasTime has gotten that dub. Certainly not at Fight Night, but I'm not sure if he's gotten one.
I think he has a door.
He might have. Okay, so he has a door. It's kind of hard to compare because Glop has been a very, very consistent at Fight Nights, but doesn't really play in the doors as often. ChristmasTime has been, the veritable end boss, or like if you make it to a top 8 of a door, you're almost certainly going to be playing against ChristmasTime, right? That's just how it's been for a very long time. So it's kind of hard to pick one or the other. It is very hard to bet against Glop in a Fight Night. He is the pinnacle of consistency. I don't remember the last time he didn't top 4 a Fight Night, which, even though it's only an 8-person event, it is still a playing a Fight Night first before you say that it's not before you say it's easy to top 4 at one, right?
It's very difficult.
Yeah, it's very difficult. If we're just looking at the lineups, I mean, it's solo Lee for ChristmasTime, as well as the Casanova's Call, and then it's Lee Zed and Casino. And we haven't seen this Casino on stream yet, besides the 2 seconds we just tuned into. So I'm very interested to see how that one plays out.
Yeah, I love the build on this. This is the Jagged Taskmaster Poro Cannon version of Casino. Going to be running 9 1-drops, and then, of course, Poro Cannon can create the Daring Poros. And, using that Jagged Taskmaster, that 2-drop, to buff up the attack of all of these 1-drops that are included in the deck, giving them that additional attack and going for that very low to the ground aggressive strategy. I really, really enjoy this build. I think I'm a big fan of how this has been built, and I'm excited to see it play out here against ChristmasTime, because I do think that, yes, this build of War Mothers is gonna be tough for the aggressive decks. I think that having 3x Avalanche and 5x 1 damage ping with 2 Unspeakable Horror, 3x Vile Feast. And then we even look at the Grasp and the Whales, 3 Whale, 2 Grasp. Like, all the spells are here for C-Time. Like, he is really looking to play against aggro. And while Lee Sin probably will struggle against this version of Casino, I would imagine, it's just a little bit too fast for him. I do think that War Mothers has a reasonable matchup there, and maybe we see War Mothers come out as the lead. I don't know. It's hard to say because Zed Lee Sin, I don't know how that matchup will go. I think that the War Mothers will fare better against the Zed Lee Sin than the All-In Lee Sin, because it can deal with the more aggressive factors of the Zed a lot easier. But Bastion is so horrible to deal with for this deck, because you're paying 5 mana, 7 mana for your removal, and then just, 3 mana Bastion, let's block that and give my unit +1/+1. It's very difficult for this War Mothers deck to deal, and I'm excited to see how it plays out, though, because ChristmasTime is the only one to bring this, and he's doing okay so far in the tournament. Like, he's made it to the loser semifinal. He's locked in that top 4, and that's hard to do He had to beat Markus. He had to beat Glop earlier. And that is an important note. He had to beat Glop earlier. This matchup has already happened in the very first round of the tournament, and ChristmasTime won 2-1. So can Glop reverse that and find the win this time?
Yeah, I mean, that's always tough. But of course, you know, Glop has the ability to change up how he lines it up. Maybe play. I mean, Casino, you know, Nola Gold, the sort of the brain, the father or grandfather of the original Casino list. You know, it is like going to the casino. Sometimes you're rolling the dice, and sometimes that doesn't pan out. Especially with this build, it seems very, very explosive, almost all in to a fault. And I mean, so that can go either way. But in terms of the War Mothers versus Lee Sin just deck, even just take it back to the highest level. You're running a War Mother's Call deck versus a Deny deck. That's not a good thing to be. That's not a good place to be for the War Mother's Call deck.
Yeah, it's not a great look. It's certainly not a great look when you're on that. I mean, we've seen it win in the past against these Ionia lists by just jamming it and hoping that the Deny isn't there, and it certainly can win. I mean, when Topher made his run to win that Jam Fest that we like to talk about because I get memed over it.
Yeah.
Casanova's call was against a lot of Ionia, so it wasn't like he dodged Ionia. He specifically took it in as a matchup that could beat Ezreal Karma because it didn't play like any units. So I am interested to see, because we do know it can beat Ionia.
It certainly can.
Starting things out, however, we are going to get Casino, and this is what we wanted to see. We really were excited for this deck. See the Jagged Taskmaster available for the early game, so that's going to be exciting to see come down. And it's going up against Lee Sin. We do think that this should be able to get under it.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it is a good spot to be if you're Glop. Jagged Taskmaster grants +1/+0 everywhere. Does it affect units on board already too?
Yep, everywhere. Okay. So it will buff up this Jury Rig and this All-Night Urchin.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a 1/4 of a divine inspiration. Or is that what it's called?
Cosmic Inspiration.
Cosmic Inspiration. It's kind of like 1/4 of that, right? Like you're just getting 1 attack instead of +2 attack and +2 health. But a lot, like the health, you don't really care all that much about in this matchup, I don't think.
Or for this deck in general, it's not your biggest concern.
Yeah.
The attack, you're just trying to push that through, and he's going to get 3 damage in here. We do know that this is going to work out for his plunders. He's going to get both the Jagged Butcher and the Taskmaster plunders, and that's huge. This board is going to be very scary that C-Time will be facing down, but he does also have a lot of early game units he can start to try and get out. Spacey Sketcher can find even more protections, so there is room to start to stabilize.
Yeah, but this is exactly where you want to be for Glop. Your opponent is on a clunky draw. They're playing a 3-mana 1/2. Get your 4, 5, or 6. I don't care. Or I care less, right? Now all of my units are bigger. Any individual unit right now I don't care about. Yes, ChristmasTime got, I think, the best drop here. He's going to be able to effectively trade 7, pay 5 mana to get rid of 7 damage. It's going to be good. Oh, another Taskmaster too.
Yeah, emote game on point from C-Time as well.
Yep.
Me dropping the Monka Ez as he sees this big board of high attack value units that Glop is putting forth, and this could potentially just be something like a red card, push another damage, clear away a blocker, but gold card instead. Okay, so valuing the removal of the Solari Priestess over the Mentor. Go ahead, Blev.
I like this because you don't necessarily want to kill the Mentor. Kind of want to make him have something else. Spacey Sketcher is good here for sure because you get to you get a unit, another blocker, or I don't think he's going to attack here. That's probably not a winning gambit here. Open attack is going to threaten 2 for 7, which isn't enough. He's He's got a pretty good clear here, and he can get he can get a Claws of the Dragon in here as well at some point. He can actually do it now if he wants. So Glop. Actually in a little bit of a jam. Potentially, because I just don't think he's going to have enough damage here to push through very easily. He's going to need a little bit more.
Yeah, it'll start to come down to the Jinx being able to generate value, but we see that Meteor Shower, the Meteor Swarm, for ChristmasTime, which will be able to deal with the Jinx if he's able to hold on to it. And he has been developing a decent board, so it's possible that he can do just that. I'm curious if we'll see the open attack, or if Glop just wants to look to develop first. He does have the double jagged, you know, the Taskmaster and the Butcher available once again, which is great board refill following an open.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to open. The Palm is such a big development punish. Even just like playing a Lee Sin and having anything as backup is a pretty big punish. Honestly, like just playing a Lee Sin almost means you can't attack. Here, of course, Glop playing around the Pale Cascade. And trades come out. 3 damage gets through. ChristmasTime down to 13. Glop's still at 20. But the question is ChristmasTime going to develop? Is Glop going to develop? Who's going to develop first? Is this Jinx going to live? The answer is
find out next time.
Yeah. Find out next time.
It really felt like a setup.
Yeah. There's no setup.
For the end
setup
of
is going to be
episode.
ended by Meteor Shower instantly, I think.
Yeah, and it seems like the Jagged Taskmaster play also doesn't feel amazing because all of Glop's 1-cost allies have kind of died that he had on the board. Yep. So yes, it will buff up this Butcher, but that's kind of it. And it just comes down to, does Glop feel like that is worthwhile to develop those 2 instead of going Jinx Butcher on this turn instead? I
think I lean towards the Taskmaster only because, although actually he can level Jinx now, which is decent. If he really wants to, he can level the Jinx. With the Rummage, of course, it does pitch away a Get Excited, which I don't think he wants to do. He also can just do that next turn with Get Excited plus. No, actually, that's not how it works. So that wouldn't work like that. It could.
No, he can.
He can play.
Yeah, he can play Get
Excited first. Yeah, and then Rummage after.
Because it pulls the card out of the hand, and then you Rummage the other 2. But I do like leveling it here because this is cycling your deck even faster, and he wants to find additional Jinxes. He knows that it's likely that she's not living forever, so finding your next Jinx is generally quite good to do. And he finds another Rummage, so that should allow Glop to potentially even get a missile on this first turn.
Yeah, and actually he can also or this Meteor Shower is actually worse now because it's only going to kill 1 unit, right? It's not actually going to kill, it's just going to kill the Jinx and then put a damage on something else, which from Glop's perspective he doesn't really care about.
All right, so Glop can get one of these missiles at burst speed.
Yep.
Get a rocket with the Twisted Fates second card alongside the Rummage, and that'll actually get TF very close to leveling. But it looks like he's just going to set up for just the Rummage so he can keep generating future rockets.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's another way to kill the Jinx, right? With the Lee Sin. Not really that risky either.
No, even if there's a way to ping this barrier, Jinx still gonna die.
Yep.
There we see the Super Mega Death Rocket picked up, and well, here's some
Rummage.
draw tools. but TF is leveling. So that is important here for Glop.
Right. Oh, the pesky little Twisted Fate over in the corner just playing with his cards. I didn't even think about him. It was Jinx coming in with all the exploding rockets and diverting all the attention from the scary Twisted Fate.
Yeah, I mean, Jinx creates so much additional draw, and with these rummages being played, you know, TF's been on board a few turns. He's just crept up and gotten there. But yeah, ChristmasTime deciding the Jinx is more threatening, and I don't blame him necessarily. I feel like, you know, you need to get this off the board. You can't be having all of these missiles being spammed, but Super Mega Death Rocket gonna deal 4 damage to the face, and TF on the following turn gonna be leveled, and Glop, wow, saying, okay, I want it now.
Interesting. It makes sense. He's not really... Well, actually, he has spell mana. I mean, I guess he wasn't going to have a ton of mana anyway to necessarily get usage out of all of the cards. Plus, you're going to be drawing cards from blue card anyway, so you don't necessarily need to draw fleeting cards. This is just going to push here. Oro Cannon doesn't really do anything yet.
Yeah, very wide attack coming through.
Block. That's 3, 6, 9 coming through. It's just lethal. Of course, ChristmasTime does have the guiding touch.
Yeah, Glop can also trigger all 3 cards on this turn, but not at burst or fast speed. He has to do it at slow speed. He can Poro Cannon into double Poro, which will allow him to utilize all 3. But is that going to get him there? It actually won't. He'll be 1 off, and he'll need to be able to trigger red card on the subsequent turn, but he wouldn't have enough mana for it, or enough cards for it. I guess he can just trigger blue card and red card.
He can also just trigger blue card from Jagged Butcher now.
Right.
Draw a card, and then he'll have the Poro Cannon next turn. And potentially he'll have more shots at drawing another burst or fast speed spell. Okay, Glop goes for the other line here.
Yeah, so he'll be able to... Maybe the red card plus the yellow card here can actually guarantee a Lee kill? Is that possible? He hasn't had the barrier yet this turn, has he?
I don't think so. And if he hasn't, then... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Lee does not die here. Okay, another draw from Zonite is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the casino, the Miracle Rogue-esque of it. It's
right.
Actually... Did you see the name of his deck just then? Just moused over. It's $3 signs, actual money, $3 signs.
Classic.
Really solid name for the casino deck.
Yep. Just remember, when you go to a casino, someone always makes money. It's just that someone is almost always the casino.
Well, we have seen the casino make a pretty good amount of money in Runeterra tournaments.
That is true.
Being a Reckoning winning deck.
Yep.
Druid, that's a burst spell.
That is good. That's a start.
It's a good way to get to a red card on the following turn.
Yep. This is also going to tax a spell out of ChristmasTime here. I'm pretty sure he's going to have no problem presenting lethal next turn unless... I mean, Lee Sin has got to be so close to leveled. He's got a gem and 2 Pale Cascades. Lee is already at 7 attack. 8 on the level up. More than enough.
Yeah, is he 1 away from leveling? Is this 7 of 8?
It almost doesn't matter.
It kind of does, because he's tapped out a lot of mana here. Pale Cascade no longer saves Lee from a gold card unless he's exactly 7 of 8.
He is.
Right, so... Okay, so the fact that he is 7 of 8 does mean that he can save Lee. That is incredibly important, because if he dropped his Lee Sin here, that would be disastrous.
Yeah. So now I think it's just is Glop able to find a spell here? And it has to be. It can't. Well, yeah, I guess
that's not a spell.
It's just dead.
That's not a spell. I think ChristmasTime just wins. He has enough damage, and there's no interaction.
Nope.
At the speed he needs it. So ChristmasTime goes Gem Pale Cascade. Lee Sin goes in, and he finds the one shot.
Yeah, there's Glop's not able to do anything.
At burst speed.
Oh, Casa.
I'm so used to the overwhelm being there that I missed the fact that there's no Zenith Blade.
Same. Chat pointing out the big things. Okay. So
I can't believe it. We're so used to it being here by turn 6, turn 7.
Yep.
But ChristmasTime hasn't found a Zenith Blade.
True. But notably here, Lee Sin Twisted Fate going down, and ChristmasTime is gaining 4 life here. No more Twisted Fate, so no more red cards to do direct damage. Of course, as immediately as I say that, draws another one. Yeah, and he's actually going to be able to get another blue card here.
Yeah, we'll restart the card count.
Yep.
Well, the odds of him going blue into another playable card are reasonable. But ChristmasTime has healed up a bit. And he has the double concussive palm, but there's the TF dying to Meteor Shower.
Oh, right, the Meteor Shower that was picked up turns ago.
Yep. He's able to hold on to that, and now, Glop gonna be struggling to find the win.
Yeah, that Dragonling is certainly going to seal the deal, right? He's taking 5, but gains 2. So goes to 2, and that's not factoring. That's just if he blocks with everything. He's got the stuns. He's actually got double stun, double deny.
Yeah, ChristmasTime has all the tools that he needs, and this time he does have the overwhelm. He has the Zenith Blade picked up, and it should be easy enough for him to survive this round and get that played onto Lee Sin to finish the game. I can't believe, I just always assume that he has it at this point, because we never see it be a problem for Lee Sins. They always have it.
Zenith this is the first time we kind of to the top.
Yeah. This is the first time we've kind of seen it be delayed so long, and it almost cost ChristmasTime the game. The fact that he didn't have it in time, it almost gave Glop the opening to get in and find the win. But now, with denies on deck and Glop only having 1 card to draw, even though ChristmasTime is going down to 2, there are no outs that are going to get through everything that is on the side of ChristmasTime. And I think that he is going to be able to win this. And I mean, that was crazy. After the fact that he didn't have the overwhelm, I actually thought Glop was going to be able to turn it around, but there was the Meteor Storm to kill off the Twisted Fate, the second TF that came down. And from there, I mean, there's just not much more that he could do.
Yep, and now it's just a matter of it's not a matter of anything. The game is over. Like ChristmasTime has as much free is this is the point of the game where you just, if this was a Magic tournament and you were playing in paper, you just show him 2 denies and a Bastion and we'd be going into game 2 now. But first you got to play it out. It's going to be game 1. Going to ChristmasTime with the Lee Sin taking out the casino.
Yeah, Lee Sin able to find the win, weather the storm, get through this aggressive deck. And now the teched out War Mothers list from ChristmasTime,
Yeah.
that looks like it should fare reasonably well against aggressive decks, is what he has left going up against debatably double aggro from Glop. I mean, of course, his Lee Sin is a little bit more aggressively oriented with the Zed.
Yep.
You wouldn't probably call it a full aggro deck. It's still a combo deck setting up for Lee Sin or Zed with the Zenith Blade, but I do think that overall, this War Mothers list, it should be able to find a win. I mean, clearly it did earlier when ChristmasTime took the series over Glop, but yeah, I like C-Time's chances here with this War Mothers. One of the unique decks within the tournament that no one else brought.
Yeah, I mean, this deck, it's got, board wipes and avalanche and withering whale, so much, and then it's even got troll chants, which are gaining life, vile feast, unspeakable horrors gaining life, catalyst ramping and gaining life, vengeances for anything that's big, or the the trouble units like Twisted Fate and Jinx, atrocity to end the game quickly. It's just nothing really lines up for Glop on the aggressive matchup, but actually he's going to queue up the Lee Sin Zed here, and I mean, I think this is the shot. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Glop has to win with both decks against this deck specifically anyway.
Yeah, he does, and he's got some early aggression here. He's got the Mountain Goat recently buffed. Finds a Spacey Sketcher that he can use to invoke if he wants to play a turn 1, but he might wait on that until a little bit longer. Find a better card to discard in general, as Guiding Touch is generally a pretty good card for Lee Sin overall. Just a burst speed spell to enable him.
Yeah, you're not really looking to push the 1 damage from an open attack from a Spacey Sketcher anyway. There's not a super great discard. Guiding Touch is happening. Kind of surprised by this, but it makes sense. Equinox is the pickup.
Yeah, it's going to be grabbed, having that silence ability. Maybe to stop ramp even. Pretty reasonable use of 1 mana.
True. Yeah, I think you definitely do that. If a Weirding Stones comes down and you've got the mana, just go for it, stop the ramp, and get another tick for your Lee Sin and move on with your life.
Yeah, Vile Feast going to be a good answer to this Mountain Goat. Not really making it feel good to strike in with.
Certainly making it feel better than it was before, where the goat would be dead here.
True. That is accurate. ChristmasTime actually picking up another Avalanche. He's on 2 of them. So he's got good answers to really any development except for Lee Sin, but even at that point, you don't really mind the Avalanche.
Yeah, Avalanche here is just fine. It's not great, but it's fine for Glop. His attack isn't really much better. He doesn't Avalanche. I mean, it's the same. Probably just the Lee Sin coming in anyway. Yeah. Seems like it. I mean, Sketcher will go in, but that's not a huge amount of damage. But I do feel like this is a solid Avalanche for ChristmasTime, though. I mean, you want to keep this goat from getting any attacks. The fact that it's generated 0 gems is a big win for ChristmasTime, and we'll see if Glop invests on trying to save it. I think that it's not advisable to try and save the goat because of the fact that all these pings exist in the deck. We talked about it at the start. There's 5 of them. There's 2 Unspeakable Horror, 3 Vile Feast. Yes, we've seen 1 Vile Feast, but overall not a huge deal. And instead, we're just going to see, hey, Glop's going to play a Pale Cascade, try and cycle his deck and push some extra damage. Yeah.
Try and get aggressive onto ChristmasTime.
Yeah, you definitely want to be pretty aggressive in pushing a good clip here. I mean, every chunk like that is just a little bit less that the Lee Sin needs to do in 1 turn, right? I mean, if Lee gets overwhelmed, a 7 attack Lee is very reasonable and doable to make. So not going to be super hard. Triple Sonic Wave here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot. That is a way, funny enough, for Glop to find a very cheeky win once he has his Overwhelm online. It's a lot of damage can come out of those spells from the Resonating Strikes. So we'll see how that turns out. He'll likely be using those over the next few turns, though, to try and level up his Lee Sin as well. This is an interesting Vile Feast, though. It sets up Avalanche, but of course, you know, Lee Sin can be protected by barriers in the future. I don't hate it. I do like the concept of just trying to set up a future Avalanche and get value out of it.
Yeah, get the Avalanche, get the damage on Lee Sin now, so that the Avalanche could potentially be thwarted by, or the barrier could be thwarted by a ping, right, with the Avalanche on the stack. So, ooh, and the Mountain Goat is going to get massively punished by the Avalanche, and
this would be scary.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you have to play these types of Avalanche matchups, where it's like Avalanche is good-ish. Avalanche is only good if Glop allows it to be good in this matchup, and so you have to kind of work a little bit more to make it good. I mean, here he didn't really have to do a lot of work. It just kind of happened, and it's tough to play around the second Avalanche. Though he does get to do it relatively effectively here. Can actually save the Lee Sin and the Goat if he wants.
Yeah, I wonder if we see the Withering Wail piled on top from ChristmasTime. If we see the Pale Cascade on the Goat, Bastion on Lee.
Yeah. Ooh, there's the Overwhelm.
Just gonna save the Lee. I like the patience from Glop, though, making sure that he doesn't fall victim to a follow-up from something like a Grasp or something like a Withering Wail by playing the Bastion too early.
Yep.
ChristmasTime lets it resolve, which I also think is a really smart play. Let this resolve first, and then look to see what's next.
Yeah, you definitely want to wait. If you think about it, the Lee Sin's health is not going back up, right? So now, if ChristmasTime plays the Withering Wail, instead of it only costing one spell inherently to save the Lee Sin with barrier, it's now going to cost 2 because it resets. So, you know, heads up play on both ends. But you know, we're at this point in the game, and ChristmasTime is very quickly going to run out of answers, and Glop has quite a few tricks up his sleeve to be able to protect the Lee here.
Yeah, I mean, we see the Grasp going on top here. What? Oh, is one of these Sonic Waves another Lee? Okay,
yep, the first one is.
I thought they were all
Lee.
3 of his Sonic Waves because I saw the second 2 drawn. But clearly with that play, I mean, obviously it's another Lee. But I did have a mini heart attack for a second there. I was like, Glop, are you okay? But of course, yeah, there's the second Lee, and he's going to get the Zenith Blade on top of that.
Yep. Perfect spot for Glop, and it really heads up just, hey, you know what? I can get into like a counter back and forth here, but also I can just do this and it's fine. My first Lee is actually not even that good anyway, because it is damaged. So now this Lee is going to be much better. Question is, how close are we?
6 of 8 at least. I think it just hit that 6 of 8 mark.
That Vengeance. Oh, he's gonna have Vengeance Troll Chant, so this could actually be huge. Glop says, nah, 8 mana or 11 effective mana. No, not quite ready to go.
Yeah, for Glop, I think he realizes if a lot is overused on the Lee Sin, then he knows, okay, I need to let that go, and I can go Zenith Blade instead and try and win through that avenue. So he goes for the pass, but ChristmasTime doesn't bite. He knows he can keep passing, and now it comes down to, is it a War Mother's Slam? And I think it is. Ring, ring, Blevins.
Yep.
Here comes the call. There's no response from Glop.
Yep. And that's the start, right? It's a Hearthguard. Yeah, and it's going to be a while before this is relevant, though. Glop still doesn't care. It's, you know, the defensive side of War Mother is irrelevant, of course, from Lee Sin's standpoint. It is very relevant on the Zed standpoint, though. So that is an avenue to potentially go for. And also, no, ChristmasTime is still going to have Troll Chant plus Vengeance, but now the noticeable difference is that Glop has 2 Bastions.
Oh, he even plays one now.
Interesting.
Just setting up.
That makes sense because that gives Zed enough power to actually punch through the Hearthguard, which makes sense. Though I don't know if I like it that much.
Yeah, I think he's considering mana costs, I suppose. Finds a Guiding Touch.
Yeah, that's fine, but I feel like I wanted it on... I want the first Bastion on the Lee Sin, because if he has double spell... I guess he could have 2 fast speed spells and it doesn't matter. So yeah, no, this is probably fine.
All right, well, he's going forward. He's got the kick onto the Hearthguard straight away. A big swing from the Zed. Can block one part of the Zed, can block the Shadow. But of course, the challenge from Sonic Wave being very, very aggressive. This is threatening so much already. And we'll see. I mean, likely the Vengeance onto the Lee Sin. Wow, allowing
Oh,
now.
Wow. Huge patience from ChristmasTime, because that was actually 1 off of lethal, I think. It was going to be 14 plus 3 is 17, and it gets Glop to commit the Bastion, which now ChristmasTime can deal with.
Yeah, I mean, this is brilliant from ChristmasTime. This is absolutely
huge.
Incredible. I love this. He 100% was like, okay, I can go down to 1 here.
Right.
Now let me stop this. He can go for the Vengeance and just pray that one of these 2 cards is not deny.
Right.
I mean, that is insane. The patience there is absolutely incredible. I never would have expected him to just okay that 1 HP. I thought he was going to go for the Vengeance straight away and then play reactively, but no, I mean, this is so good.
Spectacular play from ChristmasTime. Honestly, just like massively 5-head play there from ChristmasTime.
Yeah, looks for his deny. He looks for his deny with Guiding Touch, doesn't get it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Casa, if we remember back in old turn 1 of this game, Glop did play a Spacey Sketcher for, I don't want to say no value, but pretty close to no value whatsoever. And pitched a Guiding Touch, which could, you know, it's only 1 card deeper, but man, I feel like he was certainly wanting that. And well, ChristmasTime has a Battle Fury and a Tryndamere out.
Yeah, ChristmasTime's so good, man. This is what we've talked about with him. He's such a strong player. He's been so consistent in opens for forever, for such a long time. Mm-hmm. And you know, here he never has had the results in Fight Night, in Giant Slayer tournaments that we've wanted to see. Right. But coming out, making plays like that, like that's why we love talking this guy up. And this is incredible so far. I think this game's not over, but it's getting there. You know, ChristmasTime is in a very, very good spot.
I'm wondering if does the Battle Fury come out here? I think it kind of does. I think it kind of has to. Glop. I'm trying to think what Glop could have here as a punish.
you want to kill the Zed. Absolutely. And like, even though this trades, you're killing the Zed. That is
you're getting a free unit every turn. Your opponent is not getting a free threat every turn. They might have other units, but it is not going to be a threat. And card economy is at nothing here for Glop. Even if he draws a Lee Sin is nothing without his spells. ChristmasTime is going to be generating a unit every turn, and that's going to be it. ChristmasTime takes it 2-0.
That's it. ChristmasTime is going to send the other returning player from last week packing, as ChristmasTime will move on to the losers final to face off against Szerro, competing fight back. I mean, look at his journey so far. He took down Glop once already in the first round before falling to Szerro, but then he took down Ascent of Targon champion Markus before taking down Glop once more, and now he's got his rematch against Szerro, and we'll see if he can get it. But the way he piloted War Mothers, man, that was exceptional.
Oh, yeah.
ChristmasTime. You truly love to see that. And I mean, wow, I really, really love watching this guy play.
Yeah, that just say, yeah, I'll go to 1. It's so strong when you have the ability to do that and you have the confidence and the knowledge to know, hey, if I'm not at 0, it doesn't matter what I'm at. I think that was a Gigas. Was that a Gigas? I think that we were watching that.
The meme for it, because he won 5 or 6 games.
A lot of games at 1 health. And ChristmasTime says, yeah, there's no direct damage in this deck. Whether I'm at 20 or if I'm at 1, it doesn't matter. And then, you know, essentially baiting Glop into using that offensive bastion. And really, that was a huge turning point for the game. And huge head play from ChristmasTime there.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really well done from C-Time. But we're going to see him face off against Szerro in the losers final in just a moment. We're going to go to a quick break, but more Legends when we return. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We have made it to one of our final few matches already. This is on pace to be the quickest fight night of all time after we had the longest one of all time last week. And I guess, our prediction from the start stands, Blev. These aggressive decks have been running through these rounds, going very quick as we're already to the losers bracket final. Szerro versus ChristmasTime. Szerro has won a fight night before. ChristmasTime has always performed well, but never had the results in a Giant Slayer event yet.
Yeah.
He has great results indoors and other opens, but not so much in Giant Slayer events. So I'm very excited to see him in this top 3 right now. We'll see if he can take down Szerro and then make it to the grand finals, get his invite back. But Szerro did beat him earlier, so it's going to be a close one, Blev.
Yeah, it certainly is. And man, both of the Shadow Isles Freljord decks coming in and performing better than I was expecting. I'm not going to lie. I've been running a Freljord Targon deck that actually Giant Slayer staffer Croc and Morpadorp, who many of you may know from the competitive community, built the shell for, and that has really been dominating the Lease Index. No one really brought that deck at all. There was one player, Shikkamarux, who brought an Asol Trundle ramp deck, but really did not make it that far. But it was just the standards. You know what? They who endure, living up to its name as it endured through on the winner's side. And, the phone's still ringing for Casanova Skull.
Yeah, it endures through formats, Blevins.
Yes.
I think that's what we generally see from that one is it continues to perform, week after week. We don't see it every week, but the fact that it keeps popping up, it's a mainstay for a very, very long time. And Xeloo is waiting in the grand finals with that Endure deck, ready to see if he'll be facing off against Szerro or ChristmasTime. He beat Szerro earlier, but he's not faced off against ChristmasTime yet.
Right.
So that would be an interesting matchup to see. But of course, ChristmasTime has to get through Szerro to be there. And this is that War Mother's Call that that ChristmasTime has brought. That has, he performed so well on in that last match against Glop. I really love the way he piloted this.
Yeah, it was it was a masterpiece, right? I mean, he got maximum value out of avalanches in a matchup that's not necessarily guaranteed to get maximum value. Of course, that just pass into going down to 1, I think, was really the turning point that really forced Glop's hand, and the game sort of played itself out from there. But this matchup, it's got a good matchup against the aggro deck too. I mean, we talked about it before. The deck is basically nothing but ramp, removal, and life gain, and all of those things are pretty darn good against the pirate aggro deck. So a really good spot there. And then of course the Lee Sin deck, we talked about it and how it has had a huge target on its head all day, Casa. But there's a reason. It's because the deck is just so good. You can just get those wins, especially when it's piloted well.
Yeah, it is incredibly strong. I mean, we saw, Markus didn't make it super far today, but we saw how dominant he was with it in the Targon tournament. And even in our first match day, Markus was incredible on that deck. Just when you have a good pilot behind this Sin deck, it is so scary. And, well, we don't really invite bad pilots to Giant Slayer tournaments. So we've got the 6 players that brought it are all scary on the deck. It's very cool to see. Especially those mirror matches have been really awesome because everyone is so good at playing the list and navigating these stages that it has just been awesome to watch. And, once again, we have the opportunity for a Lee Sin mirror between ChristmasTime and Szerro, and both of them are on the solo Lee Sin strategy. Neither of them are on the set.
I was just going to bring that up and point out the fact. So 6 total Lee Sin decks, 3 solo, 3 Zed, 0 Zed Lee Sin in our top 3. Of course, Glop was running the Zed Lee Sin and got the 4th place spot. But really interesting to see. I mean, because these decks there's a lot of overlap, but functionally they play out rather differently. Of course, you get the sort of secondary threat and win condition with Zed, and Zed is kind of all right putting some buffs on, and you can get some explosive draws, but it's looking, at least in this relatively small sample size, but in this tournament, the more combo-focused, all-in Lee Sin deck has come out on top.
Yeah, it has proven to be better, at least in this tournament. It has performed better than the Zed version. I know a lot of people have been talking about the Zed version for ladder, and so, you know, we know that maybe that one's better on ladder, maybe not. Either way, in this event, Solo Lee has done significantly better, as we see, you know, 2 copies of it in our top 3. And we also saw Markus take Ascent of Targon with Solo Lee. He didn't have another win condition in it. But here we are, a Lee Sin mirror matchup. This is something we've been talking about, how this is actually one of the more enjoyable mirrors that we've been watching. And yeah, I'm very excited to see how this shakes up. ChristmasTime has been on his game today. He is exceptional.
Yeah, I mean, Szerro has also been playing super well in all the games that we've seen him in. I mean, Szerro's got kind of a clunkier hand. ChristmasTime, of course, does have the combo effectively in his hand with Lee Sin and the Zenith Blade, but the rest of his hand is a little bit clunky. Not a ton of spells to activate the Lee Sin. A couple of Bastions is good, but it doesn't really matter if you're not actually able to get the Lee Sin online.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's got the Lee Sin, but like you said, not a ton of spells. It's gonna be this matchup is very difficult to navigate in general, right? You want to get your Lee Sin down early, but you certainly don't want to drop it to the opponent's Lee Sin on their attacking turn. So you have to make sure that you have ways to safeguard it and protect it against those turns.
Yep. So notably, these 2 decks have a couple of key differences. Szerro is running 2x Gift Giver and 1x Hush. None of those cards are actually in ChristmasTime's list. Instead, he's running 3 Claws of the Dragon, which in some matchups is probably a boon to his deck, but in this matchup specifically, I don't know that it is. There's also a few card quantity differences that I'm not going to go over because they're not jumping out to me specifically. But I think if you were just looking at deck lists, Szerro is a very small bit ahead, I think.
Yeah. A really important note, and you know, Random just picked up on this in chat, but I wanted to bring it up as well, is you remember that Zenith Blade that was in ChristmasTime's hand?
Sure do.
That was pitched by the Spacey Sketcher. So one of the combo pieces being dropped, and that to me, that just like seems sus, and I just don't understand it. But I'm sure ChristmasTime has a very valid reason. And well, of course, there he picks up another one. I draw it again.
Yeah.
But I guess maybe he just felt that it was not the card he needed now. He needed to find it later. But I mean, generally, we see these Lee Sins leveling fairly early on.
Yeah, my thought is that you don't necessarily need a ton of them, right? You really kind of only want one to resolve necessarily. Sometimes you want 2, but I think the Lee Sin matchup is breaking it down and playing around the number of turns that it's going to take you to kill your opponent, which is, I think, somewhere between 1 and 3 with a Lee Sin online, right? Depending on what level the Lee Sin is at and how much interaction you have with their interaction. Obviously, the ideal draw is, you know, getting the 10 power Lee Sin with Overwhelm and killing them in 1 turn. More realistically, it's going to be 2 turns, but I think you can survive, and depending on your draw, you can win if it's 3 turns, you know, over the course of, you know, just kicking 3 units into the Nexus. And I'm thinking that, you know, having the Zenith Blade earlier doesn't change that too much. and you know, Christmas Time sees more value in the card from Spacey Sketcher rather than the early the Zenith Blade.
Yeah, and
is my guess. I don't know. I'm spitballing here.
Zenith Blade is going to resolve for Szerro most likely here. We did see the Guiding Touch used to try and find Deny. It's Christmas Time, doesn't want to let it come online. He could play Pale Cascade as well, but that feels very aggressive, trying to search for just a Deny.
Yeah, I on the one hand, of course, you really do want to stop this Zenith Blade, because this is threatening quite a bit. It also really kind of gives Szerro the go-ahead here. I don't think he can reasonably pull Lee Sin here. Of course, now he's absolutely not going to do that because he can see the invoke there. I'm wondering.
It's a goal. He grabbed Equinox off that, so he's going to be able to.
Ooh, very nice.
Mentor the stones. This is a very, very good pull. Is able to get, but it's not saving the whole game right now. But keeping this Lee Sin away from getting another +2/+2 is pretty great. Problem being, there's a couple more mentors in the hand.
There's another hamster.
Yeah.
I'm wondering. Yeah, I think he just. Yeah, Sad Poro followed by Monka Ez.
Yeah, there's an entire college of mentors available for Szerro.
I like it. I like it. Okay. This checks out.
The full Council of the Stones.
Ah, the Council. The Council has been assembled. Szerro looking to push a little bit more damage here, as well as prevent some damage on the Lee Sin. Of course, that is going to cost him 2 mana that could be banked. But I think Szerro smells the blood a little bit. He's got a big card economy advantage here. Christmas Time has already represented that he doesn't have a ton of interaction, doesn't have a deny. You know, I think Szerro smells the blood in the water, and next turn he's going for it.
Yeah, I mean, he's got all these gems to buff up the Lee Sin, get him closer to that level up. I wonder if he can even make it there. I'm not entirely sure. Probably by his next attacking turn. 3 of 8. Yeah, his next attacking turn, he can have played 5 spells. I think that's pretty reasonable.
Deep Med is effectively 3 spells. Yeah, and then 3 gems. Hand of Behold. Yeah. I think I feel like he's probably in a favorable spot to certainly level up the Lee Sin. It's just, is he going to be able to interact with what Christmas Time is able to put forth?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we see for Christmas Time, he's got a Concussive Palm alongside a Bastion, so he's got ways to survive attacking turns. It's just a matter of can he turn it around in time. Right. It's not just about can he survive this Lee Sin 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. It's can then he actually win, because the Lee Sin will keep battering down, keep presenting that lethal, and just stopping the Lee Sin isn't enough. You have to be able to actually try and finish yourself. And wow, Christmas Time gonna go for an aggressive stun and maybe
old-fashioned way
damage himself.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, Lee Sin combo, great, but what if I just have 4 units out and attack like this is an expedition deck? You know, like. Seems fine. That's 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage. I mean, that certainly is reducing the clock for Christmas Time quite a bit if he can get the Lee Sin online. This is certainly, I don't know if scuffed is the right word, but it feels kind of apt to call this a scuffed Lee Sin game, where it's like you're really going to have to scrap together this win if you're Christmas Time here.
No, I mean, this does look like my team's Lee Sin, or the other team's Lee Sin versus my Lee Sin. Right now, looking at Szerro's board versus Christmas Times and his hand of cards versus Christmas Times right now, it certainly is looking like that meme. And yeah, C-Time's trying to draw as much as he can. He's going to try and get a little bit more lifesteal with this Dragonling as well, trying to heal back up, and finds a Guiding Touch. Like, there are some ways that he's cycling we just look at the hand size of Szerro right now, and yeah, it's not looking great.
Yeah, Szerro even gets to stop the life gain if he wants. That's actually a pretty big, a pretty relevant point to stop that 4 life gain. Because it is, you know, really now Szerro only needs to play 1 gem on a Lee Sin to threaten lethal here. So that's very strong. Szerro doing the classic count. Can I actually play this deep med? Am I going to overdraw here? Do I need to play a gem now? He didn't technically need to, but he's going. He opts to play the gem.
All right. I think he can, at burst speed, level this Lee. Yeah, absolutely. Can just be 3 gems if he wants.
His issue here is that, of course, you know, with the Bastion is not pushing lethal technically.
Yeah, I kind of like the 2 gems deep med and look for like a deny or something to answer whatever spell is going to be played. It would leave you with 5 mana left after the fact, and it still, of course, threatens lethal.
Yep.
You don't even actually have to play any gems, so maybe just deep med first is the best.
Yeah. If deep med is getting you the full 2 cards, I think you just go for that. Bastion is nice, though it doesn't actually change the fact that ChristmasTime's Bastion is going to save him.
Yeah, he does have to play the gems to level, but it was I do like the ordering or the sequencing, because he could actually Pale Cascade to look for a deny as well or something here, but deciding wants to hold off on the Pale Cascade, happy with just going in with what he's got. He's got a Bastion to defend this Lee Sin, and I mean, I think that this is a perfectly fine line from Szerro. I think this is really solid, and it's going to be threatening that lethal once again.
Yep, this is quite good here from Szerro. Guiding Touch coming out just to draw another card for ChristmasTime. And the Bastion prevents the kick from happening and also levels up the Lee Sin, but does not prevent the eye from dying. We're still getting 6 damage through. Lee Sin is taking nothing here. ChristmasTime still very low on cards, and specifically low on spells, though can technically threaten to kick the Lee Sin.
Yeah, I think that is, that is the saving grace here for ChristmasTime, is he's going to threaten to kick the Lee Sin back 2 hand, and then it won't have the Zenith Blade on it, at least not immediately. And so he'll have a chance to try and start to come back in. But there's not a world here where ChristmasTime finds the win on this next attack. And we know that Szerro's sitting on this Bastion to defend his Lee Sin. This is going to look really, really tough.
Yep. It, certainly not looking good for ChristmasTime here. Okay. Looks like... I wonder what ChristmasTime is debating, if he wants to maybe preemptively play the Bastion or develop the Mentor here. Not sure. Looks like the Mentor's coming out.
Yeah, Mentor going to hit the board. Can buff up Lee Sin a little bit on the next turn, make the kick do more damage, but there is not the Overwhelm. Could potentially see the draw of a Zenith Blade. There's 1 left in the deck. Deep Meditation certainly can get you there. Yep. That is probably the best draw ChristmasTime could have seen. He finds Zenith Blade.
Oh, uh-oh. All of a sudden, Casa, it's looking scary here for Szerro. Kind of scary. The Bastion is still going to stop everything.
Yeah. The Bastion is a massive card for Szerro here, because ChristmasTime kind of found exactly what he wanted.
Yeah.
However, I'm not sure that it's going to be enough.
I am, I think, in fact, sure that it's not going to be enough. At least not on this turn. It's going to be what, a 6, 7 power, 8 power Lee Sin potentially. That would threaten lethal. And if it were, oh no, sorry, it can't be an 8 because he can't actually play the Bastion here. If he wants to hold up deny, so Fallen Comet. Ooh. Okay, so here is... Okay, doesn't actually matter here. Szerro's going to be able to play the Bastion, going to be able to stop this.
Yeah. Oh, he's not going to attempt to kick the Lee, actually. I'm a little surprised. I feel like you'd almost want to attempt to kick it and then just, you know, hope that you could win the interaction war, because I feel like this game is pretty lost in that case, but this...
I think if the Lee kicks... If the Lee gets the kick off, he just wins anyway.
That's true.
So you might as well. Maybe it doesn't matter.
No, I think you're right. I guess it just doesn't matter, because if Lee kicks anybody, it's probably the game.
Yeah. This is just gonna be good.
There's the kick. I love that the animation still goes through, but yeah, the kick not going to actually send that Solari Priestess into the Nexus. Bastion protecting Szerro once more, and now it comes down to, can ChristmasTime survive another turn to try and win the game? I don't know. It doesn't look great, but he's got Bastion, he's got Deny.
Yeah. If I'm shaking my my magic 8-ball, it's saying all signs point to no right now. But I'm trying to think, if he draws, ChristmasTime draws. Looking at the deck list, I'm not seeing it. I'm really not seeing a possibility here. Szerro is just going to be able to, you know, gem up the Lee Sin. It even has more power buffs if he wants. Gem up the Lee Sin, pull a non-Lee Sin unit, and then ChristmasTime is forced to play Deny or Bastion. But it doesn't matter. It's just the normal overwhelm is going to kill. The Dragon Kick doesn't even matter.
I think Szerro, you know, he's going into third period. He's got his third mentor of the stones, his third teacher. And this class is math. And he realizes that, well, 11 minus 2 is 9, and that's more than 8. That's enough to win the game here.
9 is more than 8. Szerro also, you know, spreading out the wide board as well to get some more damage in case the worst happens, though. I guess it would involve, you know, multiple concussive palms and a Deny, which is technically possible. Could be on concussive palm, Deny. That would technically prevent... That would actually save ChristmasTime here. But as we see, that's not the case. Szerro is going to be able to do this, get this through. We'll be moving on to game number 2. Szerro goes up 1 game versus ChristmasTime in our losers finals.
Yeah, I mean, in the previous matchup, these two, Szerro was able to take it 2-0, and it's starting out much of the same way. 1 win from Szerro already. Last time around, they were fighting back and forth, dueling on 1 HP in that matchup.
Yep.
This time, a little bit more decisive for Szerro. But he's still got to get through the War Mother's deck of ChristmasTime, or he has to just beat Lee Sin once more with his aggressive Pirate aggro list. We'll see what ChristmasTime decides to queue up. It doesn't really matter. He has to beat Pirate aggro with both, and Pirates have been very strong so far this tournament. We haven't really seen them drop too many games except in the mirror matchup, which they kind of have to drop the game there.
They got a 50% chance in that matchup.
So I think that this is exactly the spot Szerro wants to be in. You know, he's got this pirate deck, should have a good chance to find a win. And yeah, War Mothers, this is very teched toward aggro, so this will be a little bit harder. But we'll see if Szerro can push through, and if not, he's just got to race the Lee Sin. We've seen that this deck has done well against Lee Sin throughout the tournament. It seems like that's the main reason that everyone's brought it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is certainly one of the better ways to combat Lee Sin, is to go underneath it. Of course, this hand I think would be a little bit clunky against Lee Sin. Kind of what you want against War Mothers, though. It's got a lot of reach. Jack the Winner, of course, doesn't care about the boards, can actually, you know, get some value generation and some slow, methodical burn out. Gangplank, of course, can push damage very quickly if needed. And as always, Szerro can walk into the library of Noxus, use the Dewey Decimate system.
And we're going to see the Weirding Stones for Christmas time start up that ramp into the Trundle. So that's certainly scary, but Szerro just going to try and take this time to develop that Demolitionist, push some damage to the face. Christmas time has that Unspeakable Horror, though. So the 1 damage onto this Grenadier can be relevant, because the Horror can finish it off.
True. I really want them to make somehow reference the Library of Noxus and put the Dewey Decimate system in there. That would just be the greatest.
It may have been my best casting moment of all time, Blevins. And, you know,
I mean,
you're right.
It's my vote for sure.
It should be immortalized.
I mean, I also think that they should use our likenesses in a revamped Golden Sisters. I mean, we got Lulu's art changed. Let's get Golden Sisters art changed too. A mustache and a beard on each one, please. Thank you, Riot. But all jokes aside, the Weirding Stones on 3 into Trundle on 4. Still, I would say a top 5. If I'm betting conservatively, it's a top 5 thing you can do in Legends of Runeterra in general.
Yeah. Ramping into Trundle on 5 or on 4 actually is really, really insane. He is the great board stabilizer as he completely shatters the board with his Ice Quakes. And there's not really many better units that you'd want to play on 5. There might not actually be any better unit than Trundle to be paying for 5 mana.
I mean, unless you're playing against specifically Lee Sin and you need your escape from Tarkaz in that deck that I'm running, and even then, Trundle's still probably better, but it's funnier to have a 5/8.
Yeah, Escape from Tarkaz, great deck name for that, by the way. Love that Tarkaz.
The deck name was all me, but the deck itself was certainly Morp and Croc. Got to give credit to those guys who took that one and made that. Really does crush Lee Sin on the ladder, at least. But we are here, and Szerro starting to get the value generation online with the Jack the Winner, but it can't feel super great to have to use that Decimate last turn. We already see that there's life, there's 6 points of life gain in ChristmasTime's hand. And unlike Magic the Gathering, you actually need to turn on your opponent's life gain because they can't go above 20. So if Szerro is forced to use that life gain earlier, it's really just making the, it's giving the Catalyst and the Withering Wail just that much more value.
Yeah, I mean, here we are. ChristmasTime has ramped up. He has so much healing. I mean, he's down to 11, right? But we look at, like you said, the Catalyst, but both these Withering Wails are going to be solid response.
2 Withering Wails. Oh, God. Yeah. This is nightmare scenario for Szerro, I think. I mean, yes, it might come down to Captain Crunch himself. Because even Gangplank, yes, Gangplank is great and Gangplank is over the top, so is Jack the Winner, but man, they're not super great against the removal, and we see the Ruination is already there. the Withering Whales and the Vengeances are going to be able to take out a lot of the other stuff as well. As it stands and how the hands line up right now, ChristmasTime, I think, is heavily favored here.
Yeah, even going to get this Stygian Onlooker onto the board as a great blocker to help set up even better Withering Whale angles. And wow, just the pass from Szerro. He's going to try and be patient. I expect ChristmasTime to just be like, okay, give me back the attack token.
Yeah, I mean, you could be all right playing a Withering Whale, though it kind of plays into the fervor a little bit. But if you're ChristmasTime, just in general, I think any pass that you can take and your opponent's not attacking, you're fine with. You'll take your mana. You don't care if you used it or not. All of your relevant cards are, fast speed anyway. Especially being able to go into a pillar pass turn, leveling up the Trundle. That's exactly where you want to be if you're ChristmasTime.
Yeah, pillar pass, beautiful here. We're gonna see if Szerro decides to play anything straight away. Because if he passes, C-Time could pass himself, but I doubt it. I think you take the kill with Trundle.
Yes.
You get him rolling, and you want to look for, potentially some healing. Because I don't feel comfortable at 9. I feel comfortable at 9 with the amount of healing that ChristmasTime has in hand.
Yep.
But I don't feel comfortable just always passing at 9 every turn from here on out. And so yeah, we'll see this Gangplank come down, and ChristmasTime could just go for something like the Vengeance, or even a Whale here isn't terrible, dealing with the Keg and the Saboteur.
Mm-hmm. I don't actually hate either. I feel like I lean a little bit more towards Whale, because you'd be able to play Whale in response to this and effectively prevent a little bit more damage by killing the Keg, but this is also fine.
Yeah, this is, of course, scary because you're dipping close to that decimate threshold, but ChristmasTime does know that he has a good amount of healing in hand. He's got Catalyst, he's got Whale. So even though that is happening, he might be okay, but another Gangplank is huge for Szerro, because that can set up even more face damage when it gets to attack in.
Yes. And speaking of face damage, that's a Zap Spray Fin. Of course, not going to be able to be blocked by ChristmasTime. We know that there are the 2 Whales, which are not great for Szerro's prospects there, but it's close to as good as you can. It's almost more of a threat than Gangplank in some ways. It's just able to push so much damage. Gangplank really only going to be able to push 1 damage through with his attack and pulling the Ice Pillar. ChristmasTime goes for the preemptive Withering Whale.
Yeah. Now that it's out of Ruination range, Szerro can freely play this Gangplank. I think he's very happy about how that sequenced.
Yep.
So he'll get to swing in with that. That's already just putting forth 3 face damage. The Keg exploding with the skill is MF skill and Gangplank skill.
Yep. And it's also threatening to kill the Ice Pillar, which is relevant.
Yeah.
Is now, I guess Trundle is still going to be able to pull the Keg that Gangplank generates, but, which is actually kind of scary, but also, you want to kill.
Killing the Ice Pillar gets rid of 1 attack.
True.
From Trundle, which I think is important. MF going in is interesting because Trundle should be able to just eat this up, but I think he's bluffing Make It Rain, but it would be an RNG Make It Rain. It wouldn't be...
No, because it would be... Oh, yeah, it would be. Yes, it would be an RNG Make It Rain.
Because you can't play it pre-combat. I believe there's no Make It Rain. Oh, there is 3 Make It Rain main deck. Never mind. It's still RNG, but it wouldn't be super high RNG. But we do see the Troll Chant, and we'll deny that from even being a possibility.
The MF attack was kind of sus, because I don't even know what... Like, the Make It Rain... Is the Make It Rain even scary? I don't feel like it was, but... Yeah, this
open attack is just... Open attack's just threatening lethal here. You just pull Gangplank with the Ice Pillar and go in with the other attackers.
Yep. That's gonna be it. ChristmasTime is going to tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, he should be able to tie this up here. I mean, there isn't any response from Szerro, so as long as ChristmasTime lines it up like this, he's gonna have it, and it will come down to the aggro deck going up against the Lee Sin list. This is a lot more conservative.
Yes, it sure is. And I don't hate it. ChristmasTime has 6 more points of healing. It's probably fine. Like, you don't want to necessarily put yourself dead to like double Noxian Fervor or something like that. Which, although I don't think that you did anyway.
Yeah, I actually don't know if there's anything that he lost to if he just went for the win there.
Not with the Withering Wail and the Catalyst in hand. I think that's just a misplay. The only spells that could be cast are Make It Rains and Noxian Fervors.
Well, considering this is a Gangplank, this is getting a little bit dangerous, actually, for ChristmasTime. I think he'll be okay, but I don't know. You get to pull the Ice Pillar with Gangplank. There's not actually a removal for him, so he's going to get a hit. Is Szerro going to win? Is this...
Would it be wrong? Oh, that Unspeakable Horror is actually huge.
Yeah, this is 2 kegs. This is so much damage.
Well, the kegs are certainly not going to go off. I guess the question is Szerro going to get greedy? Is Szerro going to get greedy and use the Fervor on the keg in response to this spell? Or is he going to wait and use the keg post-combat on the Gangplank?
Yeah, that is a very, very good question.
The Fervor. This is actually huge. Is ChristmasTime going to get another like mind trick and get Szerro to use the Fervor on the keg beforehand?
Yeah, I mean, I think ChristmasTime kind of threw, and now we're gonna see. Yeah, exactly. Is this gonna be greed from Szerro?
It doesn't even matter though. That's the thing, because he has the Demolitionist and the Fervor. Szerro just wins here, Casa. What happened? What happened?
That is
Szerro
crazy to see. He actually is going to win this. ChristmasTime, we were praising him all day because he's been playing impeccably. But one big mistake, I think, I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, I apologize to ChristmasTime. But I think that was a guaranteed lethal. There was nothing in the deck that could stop him. Or even if there was, it was like double Fervor killing Szerro's own board and not putting that in the face. So it was essentially also just winning.
Right.
So it was one of the few times in this game where we can say that someone missed lethal.
Wait, no, this doesn't change anything. Fervor can still come out on Gangplank and win.
And there we go, the Fervor on the Gangplank specifically.
Yeah.
This can't be stopped by Unspeakable Horror.
Nope.
And Szerro is going to move on to the final to take on Xeloo. What a match between these two players.
Szerro. And the pop-off. Szerro coming through. A rare misstep from ChristmasTime, but Szerro able to capitalize and makes it through and is going to get his chance at redemption here versus Xeloo in the grand finals.
Yeah, very excited to see this rematch. I think it was a very close set of games between Szerro and Xeloo in the first set, but this is a very cool lineup that he's brought. The first Spanish-speaking Latin American representative, Xeloo, representing Chile. Super hyped to see this player. Huge suggestion. Shout out to Santupe for giving me a good list of players to start inviting. I'm excited to have a lot more Latin American representation in Fight Night going forward. But the first time we have one, he's made it to the grand finals.
Yeah.
And winner's side, which we have not seen fail in the past for Fight Night, we're going to have Xeloo versus Szerro coming at you in just a moment. We're going to take a short break, but more Legends when we return. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. It's been a quick one so far. We've only been going for about 4 hours, and we're already at the grand final. Xeloo versus Szerro. We saw the match in the winners final, and it's going to be a repeat. Xeloo took it 2-0 last time, but will he do it again? But before we get to that, let's go ahead and, Blev, why don't you break down the format for people who might be new here and need a reminder?
Yes, so if you're just joining us or if this is your first time here, first off, welcome. But here's the format. We've been playing a double elimination bracket, and we've invited 8 of the best players around the world for the event. Every match is going to be a best of 3. Players are bringing 2 decks with no region overlap, and to win a match, players must win with both decks. And of course, the players are playing for their share of the $200 prize pool. But I also need for you to focus your attention on the little black box at the bottom, because we have reached the grand finals. And now, if the grand finalist from the lower bracket wins, in this case, that's Szerro, a bracket reset will occur, and the finalists will play one more best of 3. In layman's terms, if Xeloo wins any best of 3, it's over. We have a new Fight Night champion crowned. But if Szerro wins the first best of 3, it will reset, and there will be an additional best of 3, and the winner of that will win the whole thing.
Yeah, let's go ahead and see how we got here, though, Blev, because, Xeloo has had a really impressive run.
Yep.
Every player that he has beat is not just a, top cut genius that is there all the time. No, they're all tournament winners.
Yes.
Markus just won Ascent of Targon.
Yep.
Stan just won last week's Fight Night.
Yes.
Szerro has previously won Fight Nights. And
Yes.
Xeloo took them all down to make it to this grand finals, where he will be facing off against Szerro once again. On the other side, of course, Szerro has not had an easy time either. He's going through Cephalopod, then ChristmasTime, and then ChristmasTime again after falling to Xeloo himself. Looking for revenge in this grand final, Blev.
Yeah, and we mentioned it before, Casa, but history is certainly on the side of Xeloo here. We have yet to see someone do the full losers bracket reset. We've seen a bracket reset happen, but not the full thing to trigger the reset and then win the event. So Szerro certainly has history against him, but also has a chance to make history here if he is able to get the bracket reset and then take down the event.
Yeah, it would be crazy to see if this is the first time that it happens. We've seen a couple bracket resets, but no one has been able to complete the full reversal. And can Szerro be the one to do it? I'm not sure, but it will be interesting to see, because, of course, Xeloo has the lineup that has been targeting these Lee Sins, and he's been picking them off. The one match that he didn't beat the Lee Sin, he still was able to put it together against the aggressive list. So the fact is, not only does he have a good matchup against this Lee Sin, but he does well against these aggressive decks, because this Endure list, Doom Beast has healing, Unspeakable Horror has healing, and he's also putting forward all of these early game followers that can actually block and keep him alive while he gets to his late game, which is definitely stronger. Sejuani, They Who Endure is way better top end than a lot of these other aggressive decks.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it really is able to attack from multiple angles, can play, it can play the role of the aggressor as well as the role of the control player. Like you said, there's a lot of healing. There's a lot of incidental healing and damage in these decks. Stalking Shadows gives you a lot of over the top and the ability to really push even if the board gets gummed up. So They Who Endure really looking good here, even though I personally thought it would not be looking good into Lee Sin, but Xeloo has been piloting it to perfection and really sort of punishing these decks.
Yeah, and the real surprise factor has been the Sejuani being able to answer the Lee Sin with the level up, and Endure does a great job of actually finding the Sejuani level up in general. So we saw that in one of his matches earlier.
Multiple, actually, yeah.
Yeah, we saw it specifically against Stan being the main cause of his win. But yeah, we've seen the Sejuani come out a few times, and it's looked really good. I love this tech choice, and being able to find it versus the Lee Sins has worked really, really well. I mean, I've been loving the play out of Xeloo. He's extremely impressive in this event so far. And I'm really glad that we got him here because he's made an extremely impressive run.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, we have seen, you know, some folks on their debut fight night take it down and do well, but Xeloo really making a name for themselves here. We're getting into it. We're gonna see the burn matchup right off the bat here. Xeloo versus Szerro in our grand finals.
Yeah, and he's got a little bit of early aggression here. He's got 2 1-drops available. Petty Officer, a great keep, but wow, Szerro, that Make It Rain, that's a deadly card that he's got in hand to start to try and answer some of the things that Xeloo is going to try and do. And Szerro with the pass, that's a scary pass if you're Xeloo, because you start to wonder. You start to think, this trade seems favorable for you. Jagged Butcher killing off my Fearsome unit.
Yep.
I wonder if he sniffs out exactly Make It Rain, because that does, you know, it does feel like that's what the read is if he is going to pass up attacking in there. So interesting to see. And now, of course, you know, he doesn't have to play around Make It Rain when there's no mana on the side of Szerro, but it is a very interesting prospect.
Ooh, and now Szerro, his mouth, I can feel it. His mouth is watering at the prospect of this Make It Rain. And notably about Make It Rain, it is actually the only spell difference in these decks. There are some unit choices that are actually quite different between the two decks, but the full suite of Noxian Fervors and Decimates are in both decks, but Szerro has 3x natural Make It Rain, of course, on top of the Misfortunes Make It Rains, and that is the main macro difference between these two decks.
Yeah, and Xeloo seeing that, I mean, that's not what he wants to see at this stage in the game. Losing both of those 1-drops is certainly not ideal. He does have good board refill here. He can trade off these, you know, Grenadiers. He can even develop another 1-drop, but he's very behind on cards because of the value that was generated by that Make It Rain. And we'll see if he starts to top deck some of the scarier things that he'll need. I mean, Decimate's not bad. It is a lot of damage. You want to be hitting those, but board presence is going to start to become a problem eventually here. However, he might still be okay to get there. He's got plays for the next few turns. At least he's not, you know, throwing away mana, not having plays to make. He's seeming to have things that he can do on each turn, and decides even on the open attack instead of going for Misfortune.
Yeah, he's got plays. He is able to push a little bit of damage here. The Petty Officer nerf, however, may be really seen here. Okay, looks like Xeloo's going to develop the Misfortune instead. Makes sense. Man, the second Make It Rain would have been devastating if that Petty Officer would have came out. But here, I think we're just seeing our good friend Gangplank here, and there are no Swains to return the boat to, Casa. It's just Gangplank himself here.
Yeah, Gangplank coming down for Szerro, but, you know, this is a great top deck from Xeloo. Being able to pick up his own Gangplank to match it is exactly what he wants to see, because he needs to deal with the Gangplank. I'm curious if playing it right this second is the best, or if it's better to try and get your own aggressive turn with the Gangplank, and I think that is the consideration for Xeloo as well. But I do like just matching it, mirroring it. You're ahead on HP. You're ahead on, you know, you have a lot of damage that you've dealt already. You still have some good aggressive units on board.
Yeah, I think the reason I don't like it is specifically what we're seeing now. Szerro's Gangplank gets to effectively just, you know, decimate 0.25, decimate in a quarter for free here. And also, yeah, is gonna ship the Make It Rain and potentially, did it high roll? What did we get?
It didn't hit the Misfortune. That was a very scary moment for Xeloo, because if that hit his Misfortune, and on the other side Szerro got to keep his, that would have been a nightmare. Would have been devastating.
Yeah, that
Gangplank goes in.
Was that the worst possible hits? Face, Gangplank, and Keg? I think
and
so,
Keg, yeah,
actually.
it may have been.
actually worst possible make it rain hits, and there were some really high rolls that could have happened. But as it stands, Xeloo looking to develop the 1-drop with Petty Officer.
There are some 6-mana spells that could be interesting. We'll see what he ends up picking up if this unit dies here. The pool is a little too large for me right now to come up with exactly the perfect one.
Yeah, there's no way I'm trying to figure that out.
And I don't see this card enough. But something like, even if he pulls like Remembrance off this here, and he gets to play it really cheap, I guess it won't. It's not dying here, so I guess he won't be getting it.
Right.
But yeah, this is just an interesting pull from Petty. There's a lot of potential scary things.
Yeah.
Chat saying Atrocity. Yeah, that can
Atrocity,
be, you know, this specific
harrowing.
with no board, but that in general is a scary card.
Yeah. And Szerro opted to go for the more life conservative play here, just trades off, only taking the one from the unit and the one from the 2/1 ping. Had the option to, you know, effectively trade up as Petty Officer, but it would have been at the cost of 4 health. And when you break it down into, ooh, am I willing to take to give my opponent a free Decimate to kill this Gangplank? You really start to think twice about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, you know, Zap Sprayfin coming down, Demolitionist going to potentially be used on the Conservator. It's not a great draw in this spot for Xeloo.
No.
He probably wanted, I mean, obviously he wants one of his big boys, right? He wants to find someone like, you know, Captain Farron. He wants to find Jack the Winner. He wants to find Gangplank. Like, those are the big things. But Progress Day,
probably not going to have time to cast it.
Does he not? That is the question. Can he not? Can he cast it here? Or is that going to end up causing him to lose? Because that can be very good for a burn deck.
Yeah,
but
sure
it might be too slow. You might be right. This might not be castable.
It's really close. Somewhat risky. I mean, you've got your Fervor here.
Yeah, because he goes Fervor, Decimate. Next turn, he rips Progress Day and prays.
Yeah, but that's okay. Yeah, no, I mean that's reasonable. The problem is that the Progress Day is going to come down on 8, and there's not going to be mana to actually play anything.
That's true. That's true.
And the other thing about this, unlike Piltover and Zon decks, Casa, there are not like Mystic Shots, 1-mana Mystic Shots that can be generated. All that Xeloo's able to generate in terms of direct damage instantaneously are Decimates and Fervors. Fervor, no good with no units. Decimate, a 4-mana Decimate is great, but not when you have 0 mana.
Wow, going to skip out on casting the Decimate as we get an Overwhelm Elusive Plunderpora.
Ooh. Oh, Fervor, not great when you've got nothing. And Szerro is actually just going to double Decimate here.
He's only got enough mana for 1, but he can Decimate Fervor, and we just see Xeloo tap out.
Yep, that's it. Szerro.
And that's, yeah, Szerro's going to take game 1. He's got it.
Yep. Fervor goes upstairs. Xeloo going to have to win 2 games in a row versus Szerro's Lee Sin deck, Casa. Ooh, not a great spot to be in.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, this is the deck that he did want to target. So while I do agree with you, having to beat Lee twice is certainly not an amazing spot. You don't love that. Like, if Xeloo can ever grab that first win in the aggro mirror, he's feeling really good. You know, he's feeling really solid. But Lee Sin, he is targeting it. So I don't think it's impossible for him to find these back-to-back wins. It's just the deck has been so powerful and proven to be so powerful that it's one of those times where it's, you know, even though your lineup is good against it, you're a little scared about having to face it twice.
Sure. And this feels a lot like many moons ago when actually Mega Mogwai played in that event, and he brought his anti-Bannerman lineup. And it was just like every match, it's like, okay, lose game 1, win 2 against Bannerman. That's what the lineup was. And Xeloo has sort of brought the same sort of philosophy targeting Lee Sin here, but we've come a long way since that tournament, cast. So we'll have to wait and see if that strategy can still pan out here.
Yeah, and Xeloo once again finding a lot of 1-drops. This is exactly what he wants to see. Gets that Saboteur down. He's got another one for this turn too, or he can go into Grenadier. But Eye of the Dragon for Szerro is exactly the card he wants in this early game. He's got a lot of early units to try and protect his life total.
Yep, Eye of the Dragon absolutely loves to take this block here. Potentially can threaten to block more and, of course, gain more with the Dragonlings. All right, the question now, Szerro, I mean, he has the combo in air quotes of mentor into Lee Sin, but he's doesn't quite have the attack token on the right turn for that to start now. So he's gonna have to wait a turn to start that, to get that train rolling.
Okay, so we see Spacey Sketcher. Looks like it's throwing away Hush. Reasonable.
Okay.
Hush is an expensive card that doesn't impact Xeloo's board as much as you would want from most cards. And Lee Sin, the fact that his spell is now Sonic Wave, is actually very useful.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, very useful. Gets the Moon Glow here to be able to give the Lee Sin spell shield. Back in the old days, before the Bastion buff, when you had to work to give Lee Sin permanent spell shield. Now, of course, you don't need to do that, but you still take it when you got it. It's certainly not a bad play.
Yeah, I think Xeloo offered the pass there. He's certainly happy to take it when the Eye of the Dragon is not spawning a Dragonling.
Yep.
And now I'd like to see a big development with the multi 1-drop hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Szerro, unfortunately for Xeloo, has a couple of options. He can develop the Lee Sin and have a little bit of protection for it. He can also play the Palm here as a punish. Some decent options for sure.
Yep, concussive Palm.
Yep.
Makes sense. Could consider Fervor into another 1-drop.
I don't hate it. Especially since this will stop the 3-2 from happening.
Yeah, I like this as well. Sending it on to the Eye of the Dragon. Get that engine. Send it away.
Yeah, I like that as well. I mean, when you really think about it, Eye of the Dragon is kind of like a Radiant Guardian in this matchup, in the sense that, like, it's just an engine that will go and generate so much life gain, and you have to constantly deal with it. Now, a little bit easier to kill than a Radiant Guardian, but its effectiveness is still very close to the same. But
yeah, it is such a scary card. You can't leave it up, and I love that he was able to get rid of it. And that's Captain Farron, and that is a good pickup. You want to have this at some point to help you get over the hump at the end of the game. And yeah, he's going to be able to pick that up. He's got a little bit more to play this turn, but his turn 6 and turn 7 are down to top decks. So Xeloo has to hope that he gets some good pickups like Jack the Winner, Gangplank, Misfortune, Decimate. Any of these can be solid, but he needs to hope that he finds something to play on these next 2 turns.
I think I like Szerro gemming and pulling the 3-2. Yes, it opens your Lee Sin to dying to something like exactly Noxian Fervor. But if if Cello is going to throw his board away to Noxian Fervor your Lee Sin, you got to be fine with that. You have a second one in hand. Your opponent would have nothing. They'd be throwing away a Noxian Fervor and their whole board. And then the Lee Sin can block. If open attack came in, Lee Sin could just block and be fine. I really liked that pull there. Szerro had a different plan, of course, but we'll see what he is going for here. Another mentor.
Yeah, but Cello can go wide. He has the luxury. This Ionia Targon deck doesn't have a lot of pings and interaction with these setups. So Cello can set all his units to 1 health because it doesn't matter. They're just going to be trading. Yep. And he gets this very wide board for this attack. And it's leading into a Farron turn coming very soon. This is a great setup for Cello. He has the Grenadiers, which are still pushing damage. And while Szerro has done a great job of keeping them alive and not letting them die and deal that damage yet, eventually they will. Or they're going to keep beating you down for 3. And so we're going to see Szerro go down to 2 health here. He is going to be able to survive just the one Grenadier dying, but, you know, he's not getting through a Farron. And second Farron is maybe the worst draw for Cello. It's the only card in his deck that he can't play. So he will just be wasting 10 mana this turn. Yep. But unless Szerro is going to win... Oh, he burns! He burns Zenith Blade.
Oh, that was a blunder for sure. There's no way. Yeah, and we see the emote come out. There's no way that he did that on purpose. He could have just played a gem. Yeah, and Szerro gives the GG. That's a game losing blunder for sure.
Could he have got there is the question. Did he have enough to level up? Because this would have been 3 gems or 2 gems plus Zenith Blade.
I don't think he would have been able to win, but
yeah, he would have been a couple damage off.
Yep.
But man, that is a tough one for Szerro.
Heartbreaker for sure. And now Szerro is dead to open attack. Is certainly dead to Captain Farron's attack. And Szerro will have if he somehow survives all of that, he has 1 deny for decimates, but I don't think that this is enough. Yeah. Szerro just calls it.
And Cello is 1 game away from becoming your Fight Night champion. He's got a They Who Endure list that has to go toe-to-toe with the Lee Sin from Szerro in order to find this win. Szerro trying to hang on a little bit longer, a little bit of a blunder in that game. He's going to look to clean it up for the rest of this series. Yeah, I mean, who do you think's going to take it from this point, Blev, for at least Series 1? You don't have to make the full, you know, is he going to reverse sweep, or is he going to pick up the second series? But
man, I've had the full change of heart on how I view this deck versus Lee Sin. I think it's just fine. You can be aggressive. You can tax the Lee Sin early, and then the They Who Endures, they don't need to go for atrocities. They don't, you don't need to leave them vulnerable to Lee Sins. Szerro's running 1 Hush. It's not even really a factor. I think the They Who Endure deck might actually just be straight up favored. And I think if I had to predict it, we're going to see a Cello win here.
Yeah, I will say that this draw is not really what Cello wanted to see, especially not that second Endure. He almost doesn't even want to see the Endures in this matchup. He wants just that early game aggression, flood the board, and try and just run over Szerro. But this is not that. This is not at all what he was looking for.
Right. The notable thing, though, is that there are only 2... Well, there's 4 copies of cards, but there's only 2 answers to the They Who Endure atrocity. It's Deny, of course, and Hush. Only 1x Hush. Of course, there's 3x Denies, but, Deny is not necessarily a card. I guess you do want to keep it up, but a lot of the game, you don't need to keep it up for super long if you're Szerro, because you're not, unless it's specifically atrocity, you're always going to be at a mana disadvantage casting Deny in this matchup. So could maybe weave something in there, but also the They Who Endure has to be big enough to be relevant.
Yeah, and at least finally this is a decent pickup for Xeloo, but he can't even really play it on this turn.
Nope.
Would have been a better top deck going into an attack token turn, and something like Wraithcaller would have been perfect for this scenario, to just try and start developing a little bit wider. But yeah, going to end up with a Undying and the third Endure.
Oof.
Wow.
Oof.
I have the opposite problem when I play this deck. I can never find my Endures, but for Xeloo, he finds all of them, and that is very rough here.
Yeah, and certainly not what you're looking for, at least not at this point. It's if the problem is he's not actually taxing much of what Lee Sin is doing right now. He's not really putting on a ton of pressure. If he was able to, then maybe the slew of endure could get somewhere, but I just don't think that it doesn't seem like the game is going to get to that point.
Yeah, I mean, can Xeloo even turn these on is the problem I see it now, because like you said, there actually aren't that many answers for Szerro, right? So if he starts going turn 7, turn 8, turn 9 Endure, well, I mean, that's a pretty scary prospect, but
sure,
that is if they have enough ticks, and right now they have 1.
Right.
Now, Caretaker, beautiful draw, right? Because this is going to give at least, 3 more, but I don't really want to play a 7 mana 4/4. So he's going to need a lot more of these deaths to make these worth, because maybe 7, 8, 9 playing like 7, 7, 8, 8 or 9, 9 overwhelms at that point. Like, sure, that's pretty aggressive turns that you're playing. Maybe that can find a win. But yeah, I mean, the strategy for this Endure list in this matchup is for Xeloo to have all these 1-drops and go like Keeper Butcher and like win on turn 6. It's not to hit all of your Endures.
Yep. And I made a point earlier that Szerro only has 2 separate answers in his deck to They Who Endure, which is technically correct, but we're seeing 2 answers that weren't in his deck but were generated,
3.
and those are Equinoxes.
3
answers. And of course the Falling Comet as well.
Yeah. Now, of course, the Equinox is a much better answer than the Falling Comet, but it's still, end of the day, it's still somewhat of an answer.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, with the hand of Xeloo versus the hand of Szerro, this is looking like a GG. I mean, maybe Sejuani kills this Lee Sin and there's a way back in because you just stall out and get things that are not Endures. But I don't know if I'm seeing that.
I mean, I'm not even going to really think about it because the Sejuani is not going to kill the Lee Sin, I don't think.
No, it's getting buffed up again here with the Mentor.
Certainly not going to happen. These They Who Endures are actually not even that big yet. We're not really even seeing a path to them getting very big. There's no pressure whatsoever being put on the Lee Sin. There's infinity spells that are going to be going. I can go on for about another 5 minutes about.
Go ahead. I mean, that's probably about how long it's going to take for the game to end. So, I mean, you can keep going if you want.
Yeah, it's just the long and short of it is, I think we're going to be seeing a bracket reset going into a brand new series here.
Yeah, it looks like Szerro is likely to pick up the bracket reset. I mean, especially with those Equinoxes that he has picked up. I mean, just answering this hand so perfectly.
Yep.
The Endures, they're not getting to 15/15s, right? Like, that's not going to happen this game because, well, he drew 3 of them. He didn't draw all the stuff he needed in the interim to actually reach that point. And while we see Sejuani going for the Lee Sin, I mean, there are spells to play. He's not going to die on this turn whatsoever.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy barrier generated here for Lee Sin to keep him alive. Actually, the Comet coming in on the Sejuani Notably obliterate, so it's not even going to get a They Who Endure trigger off. Halfway to a barrier for Lee Sin. Of course, Xeloo has to still threaten it. Force out a spell. Likely a Pale Cascade.
Yeah, Pale Cascade feels like the most logical of the spells that Szerro has.
The power, you don't need more power. You're gonna have 3 gems in hand and 2 bastions and
yeah,
everything in the world here.
I guess now that Bastion is Grant, that could have just been a totally fine play as well instead of the Pale Cascade.
That is true.
Especially because hand size is a concern with all these gems hitting the hand. I don't know if
that
that's...
is actually a good point.
Yeah, it only created 2.
Yeah, that actually...
but then he wouldn't have been able to play one, so he would have burned a card instead of just burning a gem. So this is probably better.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, that is actually Casa almost relevant. And surprisingly enough, the funny thing is that without a he can actually, never mind. He can pull the Undying. It doesn't matter that it that it can't block. He can make it block.
I think the big problem too is Xeloo is actually dead on this turn unless he plays this atrocity to kill the unit that's getting kicked. And then where is his win condition from that stage forward?
It's draw another atrocity and hope, and just don't look at how big your They Who Endure is, and just hope that that's enough.
Yeah. And there's the Pale Cascade. There's the 10 attack Lee Sin.
Yep. That'll do it. Yeah, the atrocity will delay this a turn, but to what end is the question? I guess if... Okay, so atrocity comes out. And then that'll put Szerro to 12. Okay. And now he can play Doom Beast. Next turn, he goes Shroud of Darkness, They Who Endure, attack, and hope. I don't know. I don't think... Oh, and there's also a palm too. So this is just... I think it's just done here.
Yeah, I mean, Szerro has to wait for his next attack turn. Is there any way that Xeloo actually finds the win with an Endure? I mean, I just don't think it's possible due to these Equinoxes.
Just doesn't have enough mana, and he didn't draw. If he drew another atrocity, he had 13. No, he doesn't even have enough. If it was old Endure, he could have Shroud of Darkness into They Who Endure into atrocity in response to the first Equinox. But
yeah, I mean these are enough. These are enough attack.
Yeah, I mean it's Equinox to pop the spell shield into stun, and I guess if Xeloo is probably going to have enough is going to have another shot at atrocity, I think. Szerro is figuring out what the best course of action is. Okay, Equinox.
Yeah, Equinox Palm.
Okay, yep.
What we'd expect.
This makes sense. Yep, this is the best, the most optimal way to do it. Line it up so that the Equinox actually goes off, not the stun, because the stun only delays it for one turn. The Equinox forever. So it was my line, but better. Sequenced correctly. Okay. 3 damage coming through, going to 7. Notably, still not. None of the units on board are atrocityable. And Szerro even being more conservative, saying, "Yeah, I just need to not even put myself remotely close to dying this turn, and I'm gonna win."
Yeah, so now, I mean, this is just the 8 power Lee Sin, ready to go at burst speed.
Yep. You can do the old Bastion or a gem or whatever, doesn't matter. Push. Both. Just one, doesn't really matter. Line up either of these. That's going to be it. Szerro going to be taking this first series and forcing the bracket reset to go into a final game or final best of 3 here.
Yeah, and we saw this last week with Stan and Glop. Glop getting the bracket reset after falling to Stan in the winner's final and making the run through the loser's bracket. And once again, same storyline has happened, but Stan last time was able to come back and win, getting that final set. And can Xeloo do it this time against Szerro? Can he get this win? They're tied up 1-1 in series at this point. And now we've got one final series to decide who will be our Fight Night champion. Can Szerro break the curse of coming from the loser's bracket and not being able to win? Or will Xeloo get the first victory for the Spanish-speaking countries of Latin America coming from Chile? I'm excited to see. I mean, this is an amazing performance nonetheless from our first time having, you know, a Latin player come in. I'm loving the community support for Xeloo as well as seen in chat. Shout out to you guys because this is awesome. We're going to have a lot more going forward as well, making sure we have a lot more representation.
I will point out, Casa, that if Szerro does come back and win this, it will forever be because of me beating him on ladder that he was able to break the curse. Yes. I will be taking at least partial credit here.
You will be the curse breaker.
Sure. Blevins Curse Breaker will be my card name.
First of his name.
For sure. Yes. But yeah, it's, you know, we talked about historically the loser side has never won. But once you've already gotten past that hurdle of getting the reset, all bets are kind of off, right? Like it's just a best of 3 here. You literally just won a best of 3 versus this opponent. Of course, Szerro has lost a best of 3 to this opponent as well. So, but at the end of the day, all bets are off here. It is anyone's game. And I mean, this is a really, I mean, this is perfect. This is what we want, right? We want to see the losers run make it. We want to see the newcomer getting the dubs and showing up. Either way, this has been a great series and a great set.
Yeah, I mean, this has been exceptional to watch between these two players going back and forth. And like we mentioned, they're already 1-1 in sets. They're going to have to get the decider here in the grand final, the bracket reset coming through. It's been pretty rare that we get them. I think it's only happened, I mean, this is maybe the 4th or 5th time total. Probably the 4th time I think that it's happened. Thinking back, it's probably not perfect, but it's not super common that we get the bracket reset. A lot of the time, the person who loses in the winner's final makes the run. It happens commonly that they end up winning in the they lose in the winner's final, they win the loser's final, and then they face off against who they lost in the winner's final and they lose again. But this time it's not the case. Even though Szerro did lose to Xeloo in the winner's final, he makes the run back, he gets the bracket reset and ties it up 1-1. And it is, you know, just our script writing is getting a lot better, Blevins. You know, we had this last week. We tried it out. We demoed it last week. It worked really well. We're trying it again.
Yeah, last week we need to fire the script writers from last week though, because that episode
went a little
just dragged on. No, if my memory serves me, which it almost certainly doesn't, I think the reset has come. I think this is the 4th time. Last week we had it. We've seen Glop trigger the reset versus Szerro, and we have seen Rattling Bones trigger the reset versus Winding God. I believe those are the 3 times, and this would
prior
be
to this one. Yeah,
there may be one other one there, but I don't remember.
That does sound right. And mean, here we are. This is going to be Pirate Aggro going up against the They Who Endure. And I think this is maybe a matchup that Xeloo wanted, but he's not finding these early drops. Going to be the first thing he plays is going to be this Callista, but at least for his turn 5 attack, he should be able to set up the Callista level up, which is certainly something he wants to have happen. That is a very strong situation for him to be in.
Notably here, this is Xeloo deciding to queue up the They Who Endure deck first, which he did not do in the previous set. It was the Pirate Aggro Mirror to open it up last set. So this is Xeloo making a concerted effort to change the match, which is something we've talked about when, you know, playing against the same opponent multiple times in the event. So, yeah, I mean, this is, you know, Xeloo, it didn't work last time. Let's try something new.
Yeah, and he's going to go for potentially the spell first. Draw first, see what happens. And the other side of it is, does he want to try and bank mana potentially? Because we could just see Callista plus the Warden's Prey, hold on, because you know that's kind of your play this turn. You want to do that into a first action Caretaker on the following turn. So, you know, go for this block. This is going to be a little annoying that the Make It Rain might come down.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a big punish because Xeloo really wanted to get this Callista level up.
Yeah, and Xeloo, I think now is like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have blocked there, but oh, hold on to your butts. Make It Rain, crushing it here. That is
now, Do you draw? Do you go for the Glimpse Beyond? Try and find just more options? Or do you hold on to your spell mana to proc your Nightfall?
I like the draw here. You're going to be getting a lot of looks here to potentially proc Nightfall. You're going to have 1 banked mana, and then you're going to be on 2. You're going to be on 5. So you've got a lot of looks to potentially proc it. Oh, there's a very easy way to proc it.
Cask is a great pull off this Warden's Prey because not only does it proc Nightfall, but it also is a really good unit to use with your Caretaker. Because you just play it for 0 mana, you kill it off, and it enables these things that require you to kill things. So Cask is great. It's 0 mana card. I think this is a very good pull in this spot for Xeloo.
Yeah, this cask is looking like a cask of Amontillado, and Xeloo is building a wall in front of Szerro and trapping him inside. There's a shout out to high school English class and Edgar Allan Poe. I bet at least one person got that reference. Actually, that I might take the under.
That was
on
a
one.
deep cut.
I might take the under on one. It's not even like a popular Edgar Allan Poe.
No, it's not. Oh my God.
You know what? There's not enough a cask of Amontillado references in pop culture. I've got to do my part. Okay.
It may have been the deepest cut we've had on this show, and you've
a
had
Telltale Heart. There's too
cuts.
much The Raven. We need more representation of a cask of Amontillado.
Like
I'm doing the real work here.
I respect it, honestly. I'm here for a Poe reference. I did not get that one at all. So, you know, I will take it. I will take it.
Yes. Yeah, it wasn't even a clever one. It was just the fact that it is a cask, and a cask of Amontillado happens. So there are so many better ways to reference it, but we're here and we did it. Hashtag support a cask of Amontillado. But moving on here. Xeloo, casting the Nightmares. He's gonna take 2 hogs here. I'm just saying all of the cards.
He's got 20 to 40 feral hogs.
Yeah, I got 20 to 40 hogs coming in.
20 to 40 feral hogs ready for the board. Xeloo picking them up. Gonna get these things rolling here.
Can we get some K-coners in chat, please? Thank you. All right. I don't know. I went from as high class of a reference to
It's a hog wild, yeah.
It's a hog wild in roughly 2 seconds. That's called range, chat. Look it up. All right. We're back here. Szerro comes in with the gangplank, the block coming out from Xeloo, and yeah, the Doom Beast spelling out a slow bleed for Szerro.
Yeah, the Doom Beast is great for Xeloo. He needs the HP, but staring down Jack and GP is definitely a scary one.
Yeah. Also, okay, is this just going to be a glimpse here?
It's either a glimpse or the second feral hog. One of the two.
I'm just why did he play that one there? Is what I'm wondering.
Oh yeah, you're right. No, it's definitely the glimpse. It's looking Unspeakable Horror into glimpse, I think.
I guess this is okay. This is okay. I see it. Well, no, because Make It Rain also okay. But he had the okay. This is yeah. I'm not seeing it. Casa. What? Oh, it's just to get another trigger for they.
Endure, yeah.
Okay. I
stacking Endure.
All right. We got there. I was wondering why. Like, why didn't you just not play that instead?
Okay, I mean this is a big Endure.
Yeah. Sometimes, and it could be a Spell Shield Endure with +1 attack. Okay, that is an 11-10 Spell Shield Overwhelm unit. And
there's so much damage in Szerro's hand.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of can he get it out in time. Because Xeloo has double Doom Beast as well. This is like huge that he's got these.
Well, that's the funny thing, Casa, is Xeloo can attack for 14 if he wants. Szerro can just say, take it, which he does.
Yeah.
And now it's just how many spells how much damage can Szerro just do here? I think the answer might be a lot. And yes, he does have 2 Doom Beasts. Oh. Yeah, I think it's gonna be glimpse during combat into post-combat Doom Beast.
Into Doom Beast. Yeah, I think Xeloo is gonna find this. He's gonna be able to play both as well. And yes, there's a lot of damage. I mean, this is still close. That's more gas just picked up for Szerro.
Yeah.
That is an in-combat way to win, actually. The Doom Beast, that is the pickup he needed. Because the Doom Beast won't be able to come out.
Nope. And, well, yeah, and even if the Doom Beast does come out, he can use Fervor in response. Fervor can be played in response.
Right, you're right.
This is just it. That's going to be game for Szerro. Right? No, he can't stack Doom Beasts.
Pirate Burn looks like it's going to be able to find it once again, and this time, Xeloo doesn't even go for the glimpse. He's going to try and go with the Aristocrat.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
But now Decimate gets to come down instead.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't even have to really bluff anything. Yeah. I mean, I think Xeloo was just trying to bluff the atrocity to try to make Szerro misplay, but back was against the wall anyway. And Szerro, he finds it. And Casa, Szerro is 1 game away from making Fight Night history. It only took 12 Fight Nights and 14 if you include Reckonings as well, for a losers bracket player to potentially be in the running or doing the complete reset.
Yeah, I mean, this might be it, but again, we have to talk about Xeloo's lineup is built to beat Lee Sin.
Yes.
We saw, Endure fail him in the previous set.
Yeah.
We saw it fail him earlier. But overall, throughout the day, it's got him this far. We saw it take down Stan's version of Lee Sin as well. We know it can do it. Just some unfortunate draws in the previous game against the Lee Sin. And first, he's going to try and beat it with the Pirates.
Yep. Well, this is probably your most consistent way to do it. Just go under the Lee Sin. It's been the MO of most of the other players in the event. I'm going to be playing against Lee Sin. Let me just burn it down before it gets a chance to do its thing.
Yeah, and he's missing out on the one drops that we've seen him generally picking up in these early games, and mentioned that. And Precious Pet shows up a little bit late.
Yeah,
wasn't supposed to be out that long. Precious Pet. Elise is going to be mad.
Yeah, Elise is going to be very mad. Luckily, there's no Elise in this deck. I guess luckily in the sense that the okay, I got nothing.
In this,
there is no Elise in this deck. Obviously, there's no Shadow Isles, but this is
in this analogy where the Precious Pet is like a child.
Right. In this analogy that makes no sense, in a deck that doesn't even have the card we're referencing, this is what happens when bracket resets happen. It just turns into Wackyville very quickly. But heads up play from Szerro, actually using the gem on the one drop there to be able to trade with the 3/2. And that's a play that, you know, it does obviously make a lot of sense, but it's not the most obvious play to make.
Yeah. And Szerro representing Pale Cascade says, hey, Xeloo, just think about this for the rest of the game.
Yep, that's what we call a chump check there. Of course, he did have the Pale Cascade, but I think he could have reasonably made that attack without having Pale Cascade and gotten one in there. I don't know if he would have, but he could have.
Yeah, generally, I think he pretty much always could. And yeah, we're gonna have Scout Attack go forward, try and set up, you know, a little bit of damage. But Lee Sin, Eye of the Dragon, already set up on the board, and this isn't a super favorable position for Xeloo yet. But he does have Jack the Winner. He's got some of his big stuff for later on.
Yep.
And he can work towards a Misfortune level up. It's just the problem is, of course, this Lee Sin can be one to take her down.
Yeah, and there's no threat of the Lee Sin getting killed here, but Xeloo gets to essentially free attack here. Szerro has the option to trade. This
is good. No, I love this. It's saying, hey, I'll take your Lee Sin for my MF. I will always take that.
Yep. Szerro says,
so I love this.
Let's do it. Notably, of course, even if Szerro did have a spell, the MF guns would ping the barrier beforehand, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, this is a really good attack. I think some people would be a little scared to lose their Misfortune, but I think Xeloo is like, you know, even if you trade, this is beneficial for me. If you don't, I get in an additional 3 damage. You know, he's 2 attacks from leveling Misfortune. He still has a Scout on board. So there's potential for a Misfortune level up, but obviously, you know, this is Lee Sin on board. He's going to get Challenger. He's going to be able to try and at least kill this Misfortune. And, I mean, he'll be able to. It's just a matter of what Xeloo does in response. We see this Make It Rain could get an immense amount of value, pinging off a barrier and killing the Eye of the Dragon if this goes in onto MF. This is huge. This is a big swinging point in this game.
Yep. And although Szerro has had some of the best Make It Rains of the event against Xeloo, Xeloo gets to play the Misfortunes Make It Rain and get a massive amount of value against Szerro here.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to develop double Precious Pet. And that's certainly going to be a lot of damage represented leading into this next turn.
Yeah. Artificiera Imperiala. I think I want to change my client to Spanish. Can I do that? How do I do that?
I mean, you can do that. It's probably
I don't know how to do it. I looked for it. I couldn't find it, but I might just be too smooth brain, or they disabled it because, you know, I'm an idiot and I would ruin it. But we see here open attack coming in, not going for the Scout Attack. Probably a smart play. No real need to, especially when you can just get your, you know, your Decimate in a quarter. I think you just take it. You don't need to be greedy.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a ton of healing in Szerro's list. Eyes of the Dragon is the biggest way that he's going to get healing. Now there's Guiding Hands, of course, and we see that he's invoked into a Golden Sisters, so that is going to be a way to potentially get even more healing back. But Xeloo has a ton of damage available to him, and he's got a Jack the Winner online as well, so that's even more pressure. It's just a matter of, can he get through any healing that comes out, and I think he can. I mean, this is Golden Sisters, but we see that fervor to respond, and that is huge. I think you can go alongside with maybe a Decimate, or I mean, it doesn't matter. There's a lot of different lines that can be taken here for Xeloo, and I think he's going to be able to find it. Yeah, this is looking really good. I'm trying to find a spot where maybe he can't find the win here, but it looks good. It looks like this is going to be a fervor to stop the life gain, then a Decimate and a Sleep with the Fishes. And while we see that Szerro has the Guiding Touch and he should be able to live, it's the next Sleep with the Fishes will close it out. So I like this spot a lot.
Yeah, this is gonna be big for Xeloo here. Yeah, like you said, this is gonna put to 5. Then it's just elementary. Really, it's not. There's a ton of draws that get there for Xeloo, and not a lot of effort that needs to be made to do it. Yeah, and actually, yeah, like you said, doesn't even need the draw. Just has double sleep, even the Guiding Touch. So, I mean, Szerro does, I believe, have at least one more. I think exactly one more Guiding Touch. I feel like he used one earlier. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but Guiding Touch, you know, it keeps him alive to the Decimate, but the Sleep with the Fishes, he does have a Deny. That is not nothing.
Zap doesn't push through lethal himself, but will draw either a fervor. Oh, actually, we'll draw exactly a fervor, right? Because it's the only legal spell. Yeah, it always draws fervor.
Yeah, that is a deck building bonus for sure. Get a 2/2 elusive that draw me fervor.
Yep.
I think that's a pretty good card, and it will actually be able to find the win there, unless, Szerro can't play these deep meds. He can't draw. He can't actually find an answer to fervor. So unless he has exactly second Deny, which he could bluff, then Xeloo's gonna find the win. And I do think that you just saw a Deny. I think for Xeloo to risk it playing an aggro deck with no cards left, I think is pretty reasonable to do.
Yeah, you are not surviving the attack back, right? If that Golden Sister ever hits, you're gonna lose.
Yeah, the way I almost like to see this done is Xeloo goes all in with the attacks here and then just fervors whatever the Golden Sister blocks. Because then he should be able to essentially guarantee the lethal from that. But either way, I think he needs to just try and rip it. I think when you're at this point in the game, there's this big lifesteal unit on the other side. You have exactly one fervor. You just saw a Deny played. Your opponent's on 1. You're playing the aggro deck. Cards on the table. You're going for it. You're going for the win.
Trying to see. Xeloo could be playing around. That doesn't do anything. That doesn't do anything. Yeah, second Deny is really the only thing that is scary at all. Although it actually is quite scary, though.
Yeah, it is. It is game losing. If Szerro has Deny, you lose. Probably. Right. Because he's gonna get the lifesteal in.
Right.
You know, you're likely losing the game if he has second Deny. So you play like he doesn't have it, because you will not win if he does.
Well, yes, I agree. I was trying to think, like, you can actually generate another Sleep with the Fishes, but no, you actually can't, because open attack will not allow you to play Sleep with the Fishes. Okay. Oh, and actually, technically doesn't need to do this now, because Szerro will be at 3.
It just opens him up to another out with Guiding Touch, so he absolutely should just play it now.
I agree. But it's a lot easier for us to say it, Cass, because we're sitting here in the booth with full caster vision. but he presses the OK button. That is going to be game 2 going to Xeloo. And
we wouldn't want it any other way, Blevins.
no, at this point,
they've tied in series score 1-1. Winners final going to Xeloo. The grand final set 1 going to Szerro. And now the bracket reset going to a game 3 to decide it all. Basically, we're in best of 1 territory. Xeloo versus Szerro.
Yep.
It's going to be they who endure going up against Lee Sin.
Yep.
The lineup was built to beat Lee, but can he do it here in the grand finals when it counts?
Yeah, I mean, this is, I have to imagine that as Xeloo was building the lineup and visualizing and thinking about how this tournament would play out, this is, well, while not best case scenario, because he would have closed it out last set, this is how you imagined it, right? I'm going to be playing against a lot of Lee Sin. I'm bringing this They Who Endure deck for a reason. It's to be able to beat Lee Sin. Let's see it.
Yeah, this time around, actually finding some things to play in the early game. Xeloo loves to see it, not seeing 3 Endure in hand.
Yeah, that's certainly a better start at least for Xeloo here. Okay, there's the gift giver. Some gems out, gets a free attack. The one there from 20 to 19 isn't super relevant, but it could start to be, you know.
This turn 4 is looking pretty scary, Blev.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Callista on board on turn 3.
Yep.
Caretaker for that turn 4.
Mm-hmm.
And that just guarantees the level up for her. His attack is a little suspect from Xeloo, though, because I think he would like to have that unit on board for the Caretaker on his turn 4, because he wants to develop Callista turn 3, right?
I agree. That is a bit weird of an attack. Now he's either going to have to take a different line and delay the Callista Caretaker line, or he's going to have to throw away a Bark Beast to do it, where he didn't actually have to.
Right. Well, I guess he did get bailed out by this other Warden's Prey being drawn, so he can go Callista here, and then he can go Warden's Prey into Caretaker.
True.
To follow that up.
That is true.
Also, you know, hitting this Cursed Keeper is a pretty good hit from the Warden's Prey. Granted, I don't know if there's time to set up Keeper Caretaker with your Callista. I don't think that's happening. But maybe he doesn't even want to go for Callista. Maybe he just wants to go Keeper Warden's Prey here and then first action Caretaker on a falling turn. I like Callista, though. I think setting up that Callista level up for next turn feels pretty good.
Yeah, it's a tough call, and they're pretty divergent lines of play. That's the big thing, is that that one attack really kind of changes the course of this game by quite a bit, Casa. As weird as it seems, an errant attack with a 1/1 on turn 2 may have changed the entire course of this game and how it plays out. Yeah,
this is interesting, because he is setting up for the challenge onto this Eye of the Dragon. He does know that he needs to remove this.
Yes.
Now,
Spacey Sketcher. Discarding a Mentor. Ooh, and the Equinox, of course, a super relevant card for this matchup. And now
Yeah, you should pull the Dragonling to the left so he doesn't get any lifesteal value.
Yep. Okay.
There we go. This is a really good attack.
Yep. Cello, of course, not super, doesn't really care that much about throwing his 1/1s away. He's getting last breath value and also getting ticks for the Ahundor. So the question becomes, is Cello going to develop and use a Pale Cascade or a Bastion or nothing on this Eye of the Dragon? What does he value? I mean, he's already put a lot into this Eye. I feel like, yeah, kind of priced into keeping it alive still. Ooh,
yeah, and finds his Lee Sin. Because Zenith Blade was played with Daybreak, you know, he's got another one for the Lee.
Yeah, I mean, oh, man, this is kind of crazy, Casa, because of the Eye of the Dragon, Szerro's not super scared of just dying out of nowhere, right? For the most part. Now he's gonna have a couple of turns off of the Eye actually being set up, and because of the Equinox, he's really not that afraid of the Ahundor either.
No, he's not, and I mean, this spot is so tough for Cello. I'm trying to find that you know, winning line. He didn't get the Callista level up earlier. He doesn't have a ton of board pressure yet.
Yeah, and we're moving on here into the next turn, and yeah, I mean, Cello's got he's got plays. He's gonna be able to create a pretty wide board, but this Lee Sin right now is just unchecked. Lee Sin just not going to be there's just no real interaction at all with Lee Sin. I guess the Callista's Black Blade is there, but I don't think that's killing a Lee Sin anytime soon.
No, certainly not a 4/6 Lee Sin.
No.
It's not going to get there. And Szerro can just set up to challenge Callista and take her down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, Szerro still at a relatively healthy 15 here. Well, that's an interesting play. Szerro still valuing the Eye. This makes sense. I guess he gets to free. He gets to block a 1/1. He gets to block an X1 with the Eye and can free block with Lee Sin.
Seems so. I mean, this is 6 damage being pushed in. Callista dies, though.
Yep. Go to 11 here, potentially. Or I guess Szerro's just lining it up, checking the Eye to see what he's going to end up taking here.
Okay. Cello could level Callista and trade the damage, but he can just level her later as well.
Yep.
The Eye of the Dragon gonna live once again.
Yep, Eye of the Dragon living, and now Szerro has weaved in 2 spells, so there is going to be a Dragonling generated. So alongside of the Lee Sin, you know, pressure here, there's also going to be a Dragonling coming in and recouping 2 of that health for Szerro. And I mean, it's not the all-in, you know, instant kill OTK from Lee Sin right now, but it's the slow slog that Szerro is going for here.
Yeah, Callista leveled with a backup Callista in hand is certainly strong right now, and Endure picked up.
Yeah.
Now, there is the Equinox response, but this is a very powerful Endure.
Yeah, 11 power. But is Szerro... I mean, I don't even think the Lee Sin's particularly close right now, leveling up. Of course, Deep Meditation really starts to make it a moot point regardless. The one of Hush picked up from Szerro, also a really great failsafe in case of catastrophic They Who Endure turns.
Yeah, he's 2 spells away from this Lee. And he's got a Pale Cascade in hand.
6, 7, 8, 9. He's actually, I think, he's very close, actually, to just winning it. But it's not... Okay. This is interesting.
Bastion. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
he's leveling his Lee.
Yeah. And that's going to be 8, which is 16. Going to put Xeloo to 3 here. And I think Xeloo's line is, you know, his thought is play They Who Endure. Hope that the attack can get through, maybe. Maybe draw an Atrocity.
Yeah, is it a play and pray angle, or does he try and go wide with Callista? And it looks like Callista is the line, which we know is better. And, well, that's Doom Beast. Maybe he can actually find a lot of damage here. I mean, he can play the Doom Beast that will stick, and he can play Callista, and then he can open attack, and he's got Unspeakable Horror and Doom Beast for more damage. Wait, he might actually be able to find this, Blev.
It's going to be really close. Szerro notably has Palm and a Dragonling, both of which are going to be devastating for sure.
It is really tight.
Yeah, I'm going to purposely not do the math. Not because I couldn't do it very easily, because I'm very smart and can do math on the fly like that, but because instead it's more exciting to not do the math and see what happens.
Xeloo saying you either have Equinox or you have Hush. I don't buy that you don't have an answer to my Endure. Right. I'm going to play everything but. And he's got the right read.
Yep. Szerro
block on Callista. Two birds with one stone.
Yep. How can he block... I guess just the most damage possible, right? Like doesn't really need much more. Just needs the Lee Sin is probably not going to die here. This is threatening 4 damage. That is not enough.
Yeah, and then the lifesteal from the Dragonling.
Yeah.
Cut that to 2. Like you said, I mean, this is not enough.
I mean, he can use Unspeakable Horror to kill the Dragonling, which technically is a +1 damage Gambit, which is what he's going for, but he's still short.
He needs this Nightfall proc almost. He wants to find either more Unspeakable Horrors, more Doom Beasts.
Yeah, I think I think he needs to draw, because just it's straight up. So he's gonna go up to 6, and then he can get the proc, draw a Doom Beast, play a Doom Beast, draw another one next turn. That's still probably too slow.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll have time. Atrocity is a big draw.
The problem is that we know it's not.
I think he just goes, he tries to proc the Nightfall, and he looks for as much damage as he can.
Yep.
The Atrocity draw is still good at this point.
I mean, is it though? There's a Hush in Szerro's hand.
Well, you're not using it on an Endure. You'd be using it on Callista. Your opponent's down to 6 already.
Oh,
he's got plenty of damage to go through here.
Oh man. So it's just gonna be exact unless he plays the Endure. Oh man, if he gets baited into the Endure, that would be heartbreaking.
Yeah, if he was gonna play Endure, he should have played it earlier, and he's not playing it because he's specifically playing around either Hush or Equinox. He's respecting that there's probably a response.
Okay, this is fine, I guess. There's not actually any kill for Lee Sin, so I don't think popping the spell shield actually does anything.
Yeah, I don't think he has spells that actually will interact with him, so I agree. It's got to be...
Unspeakable Horror is the only one.
It's got to just be the dome.
He's going upstairs. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense to me, but it also probably doesn't change the math at all.
And it's Cygnus, which would have been nice, but this is not going to save him on this turn.
Atrocity. No, that's a hog. That's going to be it.
And 20 to 40 feral hogs is not enough.
Nope.
For Xeloo to find the win, and Szerro is going to break the curse of the loser's bracket and be the first person to make the run and become the champion after a bracket reset, coming from the loser's side, taking down Xeloo twice in a row.
Wow. That is... I mean, obviously, history being made here at Fight Night Casanova. The GG comes out from Xeloo, and Szerro is going to be our Fight Night number 12 champion, and the first to do it from the loser's side. Congratulations to Szerro. Congratulations also to Xeloo, who put up an amazing run in their very first Fight Night here. But it is Szerro who stands alone atop the mountain here on the 12th Fight Night from Giant Slayer.
Second time that he will be able to become a Fight Night champion out of 3 Fight Nights. An incredibly strong player in this format. Szerro has proved himself once again. Big congrats to him. Congratulations to Xeloo, though. He will be returning next week. He's at least got the invite to come back because he made it all the way to the grand finals. He top 2'd. Exciting to see the LATAM region show up, and we'll be seeing a lot more from them in the future of Fight Night. It's been spectacular. I think we're going to try and grab Szerro for a winner's interview. We'll see if we can get him. But until then, I mean, Blevins, this has been a great night. I mean, who else impressed? Because obviously, Xeloo and Szerro looked exceptional all night. We're going to see them both next week. Anyone else really have this standout performances for you today?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it before. ChristmasTime played absolutely phenomenally. And we saw that one play where he could have had lethal, but didn't go for it. We talked to him in the break via chat, and he explained the play. Actually did make a lot of sense. Of course, with caster vision, we knew that it didn't end up panning out. Doesn't mean it was the wrong choice, but we look here, Casa, and see the route that Szerro took through the losers bracket, losing to Xeloo in the winners finals, then making it all the way back, pulling off the reverse sweep in the grands.
Yeah, really, really well done across the board for Szerro. And yeah, I don't want to understate just how well he has done in Giant Slayer events so far. In just Fight Nights, he has 2 first places out of his 3 appearances. So he's been very successful in this format. And once again, making it through and being the first person to actually get a championship from the loser's side, and even lost Xeloo in the winner's side, which was crazy to see. But really impressed across the board with Xeloo's performance. I'm excited to see him back. But here we go. We've got Szerro. I mean, buddy, this is your second time winning, but winning from the loser's side. Congratulations, man. Give us a little bit of how you're feeling about that run.
Yeah, that was intense. All right, so the first thing I did this morning when I woke up is I just like the weeb I am, I took the kanji of hero and I wrote it on my hand. And I watched an anime like a week and a half ago called Ping Pong the Animation. It's insane. And in the anime, they keep saying, if you chant 3 times, a hero appears. A hero will come from Planet Ping Pong. And every now and then, I would look at my hand and I would just chant it to myself, and I would top deck Lee Sin and I would win.
Wow. So literally using heart of the cards to get there.
Szerro had the power of God and anime on his side as he took on Xeloo. Oh man,
awesome. But Szerro, the the storyline, of course, this week was Lee Sin being a big thing, Bastion getting the buff. But the real storyline here, Szerro, is that you had a striking defeat over the break here. That, of course, was to me on the ladder. How do you go from such a low point in like literally hitting rock bottom, losing to a diamond scrub like me on ladder, to literally making history in Fight Night by performing the bracket reset and winning the event?
Dude, I don't know. That game was just really tough. I remember that game against you. You had the 7-mana spell that augmented your whole team, and then you had like a double obliterate for my Swain and my Leviathan.
And
I'm like, dude, I didn't expect you to have this many obliterates. You're playing the Lee Sin deck. The Lee Sin deck doesn't usually get the double obliterates.
Yes, I am a filthy lucker, as they call it. I had the best possibles at all times. That's me. I still got there, but. Yeah, I mean, I think the only way to describe it, Szerro, is that a loss on the ladder is worth 2 in the fight. No, I don't know.
Yeah, a loss on the ladder is worth 2 on the fight night.
There you go.
A win on the fight night is worth 2 wins on the ladder. I think that makes a little more sense.
I hate this.
Yeah, I don't think I would ever trade. I don't think I would ever make that trade. That is a bad trade.
Oh man, I will say, Szerro, he's been around the Giant Slayer family, helps write a lot of scripts for our YouTube, and he couldn't have written a better script with his play than this tournament and this fight night where he comes through the losers bracket after his horrible defeat to Blevins on the ladder, and just bringing it back, even losing to Xeloo in the winner's side. It was looking good for him. He had a good set. It was about finding that Endure win. Endure, though, this is a deck you've brought in the past when you've won Fight Night, and one that you've run a lot. How are you feeling about that in the meta right now? Because I mean, only Xeloo brought it, and I did not expect to see Endure.
Yeah, I was even considering bringing it a little bit, but I quickly changed my mind just because truthfully, I'm a little bored of Endure. I played it enough. I never found it the most fun deck when I played it. I just played it because I thought it was good. So I decided to not bring that deck, but I think it's a pretty strong deck. Like the couple games that I won against him, he kind of stumbled. Xeloo kind of stumbled in the first couple turns where he didn't really have that turn 2 Curse Keeper, turn 3 Blighted, and that's where the power of that deck comes from, right? Is the turn 2 Keeper, turn 3 Blighted, and if that's my entire game plan, I'm not having too much fun doing that. I don't think it's the most powerful game plan. And yeah, like the Endure is really good too. The Endure Atrocity just kind of gets them, but like it's cheesy, and it's like it's consistent, but it's also inconsistent, is how I've always felt with that deck.
Yeah, I think that's totally a good way to describe Endure in general. It's consistent until it isn't, really. But I will say, that's about all the time we've got, Szerro. But if you have any final shout outs or anybody you want to call out to try and play against in the next week, someone who didn't play this week that you'd want to see the next time you're here.
You guys should get some of the people from Meta World. I think they're pretty solid. They helped me build my lineup this week. I think they'd be a really nice inclusion to have on future weeks. So shout out once again to the people on Meta World who helped me with my deck, with my lineup this week. Shout out to pretty much everyone, my family, my mom, my dad, all those people. And shout out to Lee Sin, because this deck is insane. Shout out to Riot for buffing Bastion. You guys made a mistake. You guys definitely should make it. Bastion 100%, the spell shield should start. It should only last until the end of the turn, but the +1/+1 should be granted, in my opinion. But the spell shield should not be granted. That is a mistake.
Yeah, I think that's a very reasonable thing. I agree. But that's gonna wrap it up for us tonight. Thank you, Szerro, for coming on for the interview. Congratulations once again. We'll see you next week. But for Blevins, for myself, for the entire Giant Slayer team, thank you all for watching Fight Night Legends. We will see you next week for week number 13, I believe. Exciting stuff. Thank you all for watching. See you next time.